Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Sorry as I am here trying to put everything together here really quick. Thank you everybody for coming in. Thank you for resubscribing. Nevi, I appreciate you a lot. Thank you, Never. Never. Is it you, Never? Yo, Nevi, thank you so much. I got something on my face. A little bit of toothpaste, sorry. I need a feeling something in my face. So I splashed. I got one of those spinny the electronic toothbrush. Thank you, Nevi. I appreciate you so much. Um and I got one of those electronic toothbrushes, and the stupid thing, like, it shot like freaking toothpaste at my face. The frostiest of lemons. If it isn't the most beautiful of the ladies, Lindsay, the one and only, the one and only Lindsay Patuti. How are you doing, Lindsay? You feeling frisky? Itsy bitsy? Or are you feeling frosty? Oh, come here, you. I'll be right over. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Sometimes it's good to be single. You get to flirt around a little bit. That's why you only say it all after you put it in your mouth. Listen, moms, I didn't intend for it to go. That's why you only stay it all. What do you mean start it all? Ah, when you put it on your mouth. No, I didn't do that. Like, so the way I do it is I turn it off, I put it on the thing, then I turn it on and quickly put it on my mouth, but that's probably not the best way to do it. Let's get our counter going here, shall we? That's probably a good idea, don't you think? It's probably, if we put our counter here, that'd probably be a good idea. Is that Jen I see in here? You tell me I see Jen and I tell you I'm a happy man. You tell me right now that I saw Jen, I'll tell you what a happy man looks like. I'll show you, as a matter of fact. You tell me Jen is here. I want you to have the guts to tell me that Jen, the Jen Skuna, is here. And I'll show you a happy man. You tell me she's here. I want to see it. Show it to me. Pokey count. Here we go. Let's play Pokey counter. 69. Continue. Your mom. Okay. Let's okay. Cancel. Okay. Alright, let's go here. Okay. Continue. Cancel. Okay. What the fudge is going on here? Pokey count here. If we open this, I don't right. Okay. So open this. More fit. Right. It's okay. Now if I go here. I go here and I go load Jack Nicholson here. Okay. Well, if I go then if I go here, excuse me. But if I go here and I go 5, 6, we just reached 570 now. Okay. If I go there to 570, okay. We're good. And then I go here. Wait a minute, I've done this before. Take it easy. I've done this before. Okay, there we go. 570. All right. Look at that. Took like 2 seconds, huh? Let's go to here. We go to this. And that's not what I want to see. So we're going to do this and this. And this, and we're gonna do this. Gonna go right there. What a cutie patootie. There we go, right there. And that's as they say, how the cookie rolls. Boy, oh boy. crumbles. The cookie crumbles. The cookie does not roll. You can roll a cookie. Well, I don't know about eating it after, but certainly you can. What's going on, Tyler? Unc, you look cute today. So do you, my man. So do you. I look cute, you say. Boy. Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't know about Unc, but thank you. Everyone, let's go. Everyone, let's go here. I'm gonna post this. All right, let's start our, are we live on Twitch? We live on Twitch, yes. Okay, he does. Oh, thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate it. I do look cute. Nice, nice. Well, I'm happy. Sometimes I dress up a little bit. Not that I have a dress shirt, you know, a dress shirt. So, you know, those are always like, you know, a button up. Those are always make people look snazzy, you know. Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate it. Well, tonight we're just going to be doing resets for Deoxys. Oh, Casa, how old do you think I am? Do you think I'm 5 or how old do you think I am? You think I'm you think I'm stupid, right? Yeah, you definitely think I'm stupid. Well, that's a shame. What's good, Sputnik? What's good, brother? How you doing? How you guys doing tonight? How's everybody doing? Good luck on Chinese Deoxys. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Now, that's a nice thing that you said there. You see? You're actually a nice person. Look at that. And doesn't that make you feel better? Instead of trolling, you say nice things to people. Build a better world for us all. Doesn't that just make you feel better? Did you know there's an albino killer whale that's part of the pod off the coast of the Northern California? Jen, where'd you get that information? Lurking and working and enjoying the lemon. You like your food a little sour, I suppose? You learned that in the interwebs. The name is Frosty. Northern California? Wow. I guarantee you that's not me. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. It's not me. I did name the whale. I did train it. It's kind of like a Dexter situation. Right? You ever seen Dexter? Another albino orca was spotted near Japan? Wow. What do they look like? Just completely white? No black? Is that what they look like? Perhaps, right? Let's go with Deoxys here. Yeah, I know these runs are interesting, I know. We're literally just resetting. These are streams where we get to converse. You know, I'm feeling a lot better since yesterday. Yesterday was a difficult day, but you know, life is up and downs and accepting defeat, and sometimes you gotta accept that some things are not for you, you know? It's very difficult to accept, especially for me. It's extremely difficult for me to accept that there's something that I'm not meant for. Like I have, this is probably the hardest thing I could have to do is come to acceptance with the terms that I didn't establish. And I don't mean when it comes to people, like Like when it comes to people say, "Oh, I don't want nothing to do with you" or something like that. Like, okay, that's okay. Like I mean, it still hurts, but it's easier. But if it's something like a dream, like, you know, I want to be a studio recording drummer or something like that, and it's like, "Oh, you can't do that." You know, I have a very hard time accepting that. You know what I mean? That's not shiny. 581, guys. 581. Please like the stream if you haven't already. We are here for the long haul. Resput. Yeah, but I'm feeling better since the other day for sure. Feeling much better. Still, it's more of a cream color. Ah, I done did liked. Thank you. It's making a big difference, especially now since um we've been kind of like plateauing with the channel a lot. Like not a lot of love for the channel. So we're plateauing a lot. So trying to be on the uptrend rather than the plateauing trend. So all the likes help. Mm-hmm. Not that guy. I was thinking, guys. What if I created another channel? But not about gaming. About something else, you know? What do you think? It's something different, you know? What do you think? I mean, of course I'd still be doing gaming, but... What is it that thou opinest? What does thou think? What dothest thou thinkest? If you were to say, you know, if you were to put it into words like with what I said, okay, we got one interesting. Okay, that's not bad. We got one interesting. Okay. Okay. That's an opinity. That's an opinity. Opinion. An opinity. That's an opinion. Jen's got eyeballs. Okay, that's not an opinion, but eyeballs. Okay. All right, that's eyeballs. Okay, we got interesting and eyeballs. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. we might get somewhere tonight. Slowly but surely. Yes, Lan. Well, I'm not giving up this channel at all. I'm just saying a channel making a different kind of content, like, I don't know, like life advice or something. I don't know. experiences, the Diaries of Frosty, or I don't know, like something like that. Hi Delta, happy birthday, man. How was the birthday? Sounds good, you should do it. You think so? Oh wow, okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. We got one sounds good. Okay. One sounds good, sounds good. I got a question for you guys. How does the story of Ansel and Gretel end? Do they get eaten, or does the witch fall in the cauldron, right? You want the Grim Tale or the... Give me both. I went out with family to go eat for my birthday. Ah, what'd you have? And what did you eat, good friend? Let me guess. Pizza. Burgers. Pizza or burger? Burger, fries with salad and a drink. Let me guess, you drank a Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper? You're a man of good taste. You are a man of good taste, good sir. And you know it. And I know that you know it, that you know that I know. And therefore it's real. Is that the most beautiful of them all? The unstoppable. The unquestionable. The unresistible. Chrissy. Eh? You had a Dr. Pepper, didn't you? You sly fox, you. I know you had a Dr. Pepper. You always have a Dr. Pepper, man. Who doesn't like a Dr. Pepper, dude? Dr. Pepper, man. No, a beer. Well, that was anticlimactic. For the first time ever. You had a beer for the first time ever? Wow. What did you think of beer? I don't like the taste of beer. Never did. Hello, Gragas the Destroyer. How are you, buddy? Welcome in. You just lost a Nuzlocke because I got 7 full paralysis turns in a row? Don't play Pokemon Champions. Double the shiny odds in this game. Full... No, it's... 7 full paralysis is not shiny odds, but it is very bad luck. It felt strange, but no weird reaction or anything. Yeah, 1 beer won't. Well, it depends on what size cup. It was back to back. Yeah, in a row. Yeah, no, I get it, but 7 is a lot, but I don't think it's comparable to shiny odds. I think it's less than shiny odds still. But it is very bad luck. Definitely a lot of bad luck. I once missed a rock slide 5 times in a row. There's that. You know? Depends on the ABV too. Yeah. Yeah, but a beer does not have enough alcohol to get someone drunk. A regular can of beer or even like a tap beer, just in a regular cup, you won't get drunk from that. Like, I have very low tolerance to beer, and I drank a beer before, and I have very low tolerance to beer and alcohol in general, actually, but I've drank a beer before, and I didn't get drunk. Dun, 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 dun. You like the IPAs? They usually have anywhere for 6% age. Yeah, that might. I didn't know. I don't know the statistics because I don't really look into it. You like drinking beer, right, Jen? You're an alcohol fan, right? I don't drink alcohol. I mean, I've drank. There's 2 occasions in my life where I drank alcohol and I regretted both of them, and I never do it again. But I very much dislike alcohol. Very much so, with a passion. Thank you, Nevi. I think Nevi's already asleep. Almost 2 years, for real. How you doing, Carissy? There we go. Another failed attempt. 609. Good night, everyone. I can't believe you, moms. I can't believe you. Already? Already? How's your dad doing, by the way? And have a great night. I'm a snob about it when it comes to the beer taste and quality. Lots of microbrews up here. I'm not a snob really when it comes to it, but I'm a snob when it comes to I guess not really juice even. I'll DM you. Oh, sounds good. Yeah, please do. I guess when it comes to juice, maybe. I don't know. People are usually snobs over wine. And I know I used to work at a restaurant and we served a lot of wine, and we had like a whole wall with wines from all over the world, and I had to memorize a lot of them. I had to know. Obviously, I had to know. Because if you know, if a customer comes in and is like, do you have this wine? I need to know if we have it or not. So it's very hard to memorize all those wines. To be honest, this was a while ago. I don't remember them all, but yeah, from green wine to white wine to red wine. Never barely stayed awake to be able to chat and stream. I know, he's a sweetheart. He always tries his best to stay awake to be on stream. Dude, I woke up an hour ago. Like, no, like an hour and a half ago is when I woke up. You've never heard of green wine? Really? Maybe you don't call it green wine. I don't know. I used to call it green wine. You never tried green wine, Jen. Look it up. I think it's more of a thing in Europe. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Okay. Green wine is usually described as being highly acidic and slightly fizzy. But the only thing that actually makes green wine green is where it's produced. Any wine that comes from the Vinho Verde region is officially green wine regardless of how it was made. So it's a Portuguese wine. There you go. Bum 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 ba da ba 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 bum ba bum ba da bum ba da bum ba da bum 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 ba dum bum 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 bum. I've always heard of it. I always knew it was a thing. Parents always talked about it. The restaurant I worked was a Portuguese restaurant, so. It was Portuguese owned. Your work sells it? Yeah. The only gift I got was from my mom, and that was blueberry juice, hot chocolate milk, and $100. You got hot chocolate milk for your birthday? You got some chalky milk for your birthday? Gee, thanks, Mom, for the Nesquik. Gee, thanks, Mom. Mom, what did you get me? You are a simple man. I like it. Learned something new today. Thanks. Yeah. Some people like it. Yeah. Like there's like rosé wine too. We had rosé too. You ever heard of rosé wine? It's more of a pink wine. That actually a lot of people ask women. No, I'm not being sexist or anything. It's just my experience. Women usually ask for the rosé. The guys would usually go for the red wine. Rosé is good, yeah. The best white wine we sold there was a bottle. It's called Casal Garcia. So it's like, in translation to English, it's Garcia couple. The Garcia couple, as in like Garcia as in a last name. And it was like the most famous white wine we sold. Every time people had like fish or something like that. Because white wine goes well with fish. Or at least that's what I was taught there. So if a customer came in and they're asking in the menu for like something fish, you know, we'd have to, you know, and we'd suggest like a white wine. You know, we were like trained to suggest like a white wine. It was a fancy place. It wasn't really like it was kind of a fancy place. It wasn't like gourmet or anything like that, but it was a fancy place. It wasn't like your typical like your beach restaurant. You just walk in and you know, counter tables. You got the counter seat or the outside seat or none like that. It's like a proper restaurant with the etiquette and the stuff. It didn't have any like bar vibes, right? It was proper restaurant vibes. I only tried the new drinks at Outback, Applebee's, or Olive Garden. Ah, it was really nice. Blueberry juice, hot chocolate milk, and $100. I mean, my family forgot about my birthday last time it was my birthday, so you're a lucky man. Dun, dun, dun. I guess I'm easy to forget. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What's up, NPC? Welcome in. It happens. They shouldn't happen. I only try new drinks at Outback, Applebee's, and Olive Garden. My favorite drink to get is like a freckled lemonade, or a pink lemonade, or strawberry lemonade is probably my favorite non-carbonated drink. Most people forget my birthday except Mom's. I mean, there's a lot of people here, so I don't think, like, it's one thing for you guys, for example. I mean, you forget my birthday or something like that, like, sure. Like, we're not that close, like, but my own family is kind of... it's kind of messed up. I think it is. I think it's messed up. There was one time where I only realized it was my mom's birthday. It was already, like, 9 at night. Because, you know, I was sleeping during the day. It was just this last year. I was sleeping during the day and all that, and I woke up, I'm, like, washing my face and all that. I didn't realize. And then Facebook came in clutch. Even though I don't use it, but... Yo, NPC, if you want to date me, just say so, man. It's alright. If you want to date me, just say so. I mean, simple as that. I mean, I'd appreciate the sincerity, man. Yeah, just ask me out, see what happens. Alright, man. Hey, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm in love with someone else. Sorry. No, I don't dress like Michael Jackson on purpose. I have no intention of looking like Michael Jackson. To answer your question, no. I have no intention of looking like him. If I do look like him, it's not on purpose. At all. Their name is Nevi. That's right. I'm in love with a guy named Nevi already. He's my boo. So I'm not there for you. So shoot. Don't be my boo. Nevi, you are my boo-boo. I want to be there always for you. Yeah, I wanna do like they do it. Just the outfit. Yeah, I think my outfit, it does kind of bear, now that I'm looking at myself right now. It does have some, like, my hair curly and everything. I guess, like, the white shirt with the open button up. I guess it does have a point. I kind of does it does look a little bit like it. Nah, I don't want to date you. Thank you. Nah, I'm good. I'm good, man. I appreciate it, but I'm good. I must say no on that. It's a hard pass for me. They call me sexy. That's not my name. That's not my name. They call me Jess. They call me Jen. They call me Whoop-de-doo. That's not my name. 6:33, guys. We're almost at the number of the beast. Watch it. Congrats on shiny like and... Did you see that? Did you see that? Oh, it's alright. I understand. No problem, my friend. There's someone out there for you. You just gotta be a little bit nicer, you know? You know, when you come and you meet someone, like, try, like... Just, like, try, like, hello and how are you? Like, that might work. Like, coming in here hot, like... You know, with the judgment, like, right off the bat. You know, people might not like that. Like, maybe try, like, being nice, you know? You know, just try being nice. I mean, it costs $0. Makes people happy, makes you happy. You know, people won't hate you. You won't have to hate life or anything like that. You know, it just makes things easier, you know? Just, start with a, hello, how are you doing? I would like to get to know you. You seem like a cool person. Nothing wrong with that, right? And then if it doesn't work out and you don't like that person, then hey, sayonara, dude. Take care. You know? It didn't work out. We gave it a shot. It didn't work out, and that's part of life. This forum is better, but still, congrats. That was midday forum, right? Midday forum? Is that what they call it? I forget which one it was. I keep that in mind. Hey, it's just unsolicited advice. Yeah. Bum bum. Midday, yeah. Yeah, Dusk Forum is pretty cool. I wonder what the stats differences are for between midday, nighttime, and daytime. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate the compliment. A chilling guy. I'm a chilling guy. Well, that... I don't know if you're very familiar with English, but it seems like you might not be a native speaker, perhaps. But saying you're a chilling guy means I'm scary, okay? Say you're a chill guy. Chill guy means I'm cool and calm and tranquil. A chilling guy means I'm making you scared, right? I'm causing you to chilling effect. You're from Brazil? Ah. Então você fala português, hein? Tá bom. Learning English, huh? Ah. That's clean Portuguese? You think so? Thank you. You didn't know I spoke Portuguese? My man, I speak Portuguese. You didn't know? I bet you didn't know I speak Portuguese, huh? Now you're surprised. Gives me the vapors. You got the vapes? My goodness, Lindsay. What kind of vapors are we talking about? What kind of... Is it cotton candy and blueberry? What kind of flavors are we talking about here? Ba-da-ba-ba. That's not my name. That's not my name. Da-da-da-na-na-na. That's not my name. Lemon? Oh my, you smoking me? I just got smoked? I just got vaped. I associated vapors with vaping. That's probably not what you mean, but I made that connection. Sorry for the meaning at the start. You're good, my man. You're good. I'm here. We're here to hang out and have fun, man. You want to speak a little bit in Portuguese? We can. This is an English-speaking channel, but if you wanna drop some in Portuguese, you can. I understand both languages, so. You're welcome to stay as much as you like. If you want to hit that like button, I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much. If we get this Deoxys, that'd be great, huh? Lindsay's gonna overdose on those lemons. Ah, sim. Falo português fluente, sim, claro. Você é de onde? No Brasil. São Paulo! Ué, São Paulo! Eu nunca fui no Brasil, mas seria bom, seria bom. There's worse things to odd on? To OD on, yes. Yes, there are. É legal? É, sim, tem muito bandido aí, ó. Muito bandido, ó. Não sei, não. Tem gente que fala que se vai no Brasil, você tem que ter cuidado, né? Tem muito bandido. Se é bonito, mas tem muito problema. Eu imaginei falar inglês e português ao mesmo tempo. É. Eu sou português de Portugal. Mas regiões específicas. É, Rio de Janeiro tá mal, é. Para papá. É parecido a língua, mas é um sotaque, né? O sotaque é diferente. Eu agora estou falando com o sotaque, né, do Brasil, mas normalmente o meu sotaque é de Portugal, né? Mas se, I'm confusing Spanish with Portuguese now. Eu estou aprendendo espanhol. Espanhol. Em Portugal você fala espanhol. No Brasil é espanhol. What do you think? What do I think of what? It's literally the difference. What do I think of what? What do I think of? Ah, eu gosto do sotaque brasileiro. Tem como que... Não sei, tem... Eu gosto. Gosto. Sotaque brasileiro. Sou do Brasil. É caraca o cara. Read the difference between the midday and bus. Okay, where'd you write that at? Oh, midday 1 attack, while 112 speed and dust form 112 attack and having 112. Ah, so it's not that crazy. Yeah, but it's a pleasure to meet you, NPC. I don't mind speaking a little bit of Portuguese, but mainly we have to keep it in English just so other people in the chat understand what we're saying. No. Yes. Dá pra confundir mesmo, é. Yes. Yeah, I agree too. Your English, practice your English. Practice your English here. Para-pa-pa. Para-pa-pa. Para-pa. Yeah, I actually speak many languages. Many, I wouldn't say many, but I can speak Spanish. I'm learning a lot of Spanish and Japanese right now. And French. And sometimes, like, I just start confusing them all, you know? I mix them all up. I'm trying to say something in Portuguese, I say it in Spanish. I'm trying to say something in Spanish, I say it in Portuguese. And because Spanish and Portuguese are very close. But São Paulo is such a beautiful city. Such a beautiful city. The friend we were talking about, like, how the differences between the Portuguese and the Brazilian Portuguese accent. So I was talking to him in more of a Brazilian accent, but yeah. Yeah, I've looked into Italian a little bit, Jen, but I've looked into Italian a little bit, but I never got into it too much. Yeah. So for you guys to learn, like, in Portugal you would say sotaque, but in Brazilian accent, you would say Sutaki. It's like, dude, Sutaki. Sutaki. Something like that. It's different. Like, you see, it's the same word, but you just say it different. And stuck means, it just means it's the accent. It means accent. So. It also sounds like a Japanese word, Sutaka. Yeah, but I encourage you to learn. I encourage everybody in the world to learn English. It'd be nice to, like, English is kind of the world's, it's the world's language, right? It sort of is, right? Like, people revert to English a lot. And I know that in Europe, most people in Europe speak English. Like, countries like Germany, and I don't know about France too much, but I know that Germany, Portugal, like, I've had a lot of friends of mine from here go to Portugal, and they always come back, like, most of them come back saying, dude, everybody speaks English. Like, Portuguese, obviously. Everybody speaks English there. Like, I didn't have any trouble communicating. Like everybody speaks English. Like, you go to a restaurant, you're talking, even people, like, asking for directions, like, everybody knows English. And you know why that is? Because in Portugal, they air a lot of English cartoons, and a lot of, well, American cartoons, right? English language cartoons. They air a lot of American cartoons, and also kids learn it from a young age. And they also air a lot of like American shows and movies and stuff. So yeah, people get the gist of it, right? Like, even if you're not perfectly, you know, most people have an accent, obviously. Hey, it's been a while. Hey, Franklin! Franklin the Turtle! How are you, Frankie? Frankie boy. Tell me about life, Frankie boy. Yeah, well, pica. Yeah, pica in Portugal means, yep. Pica in Portuguese, like, it's taking a vaccine, yeah. But that's only kids use that, because vaccine in Portuguese is vacina. Right? It's vaccine, vacina. You can see it's kind of close. But if you're slang and it's casual, you say, I took a pica. Like, I venho a pica. Like, it means I got an ejection. So what you're saying is not wrong, but it's slang. Yeah, you're correct. It is. We do use that word. In Brazil, it has a weird meaning. And rapariga, you know what rapariga means, right? Like, in Portugal, the word rapariga just means a girl, like a young woman, like a girl. But in Brazilian, it's like a B word. So there's different meanings for the same word. Like, if you call someone a rapariga in Brazil, you're calling someone the B word, but in Portuguese, it has no bad meaning. It just means, in Portuguese, Portugal, it just means it's just a kid girl. There's nothing wrong with that word, right? But yeah, that's an example too. It's funny. It's funny. I'm gonna just relaxing, taking time for myself, for being off work at Magic the Gathering deck. I tried to get into Magic the Gathering just recently, like 2 months ago. I guess you could say that's recently, somewhat, at least a little bit. And I tried to get into it because of the new Final Fantasy pack that came out for Magic the Gathering. And I downloaded the app, like the official app, to play and learn how to play. And I mean, I was interested for a little bit, but then I went for the draws to try and get like good Final Fantasy cards. And then I took all my draws. I didn't get anything that was like significant, so I dropped the game. I was like, I didn't get Terra. I didn't get any of the cards I wanted, so I just quit. And if I wanted to get more cards, I'd have to wait a long time to be able to draw again. I'd have to play the game a bunch to accumulate stuff, whatever crystals or points or currency they use. And I'm like, I'm not gonna spend this time. Ooh, the number of the beast, guys. The number of the beast. Oh, no. Be gone, Satan. Be gone. But I guess Magic the Gathering, like, people have tournaments over this, and like, it's crazy. They do a lot of stuff with it. I bet Carissy, did you get any of the Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy cards? I know you collect the actual Final Fantasy cards, but... No, this is not to get all shiny Pokemon there, NPC. This is for... We just want to get shiny Deoxys, so we're just resetting over and over and over and over. Just doing the reset over and over until we get shiny Deoxys. Yeah, that's all we're doing here. Yeah, you see this number above me? That is... And over, yes. Yes. It's a bit boring, that's why we converse, we talk, right? That's why it's important to have... Excuse me. That's why it's important to have, like... we talking with chat and all that. You know, chat, keeping busy. It helps me keep focused and distracted at the same time. Because just sitting here resetting, I mean, it's not really engaging. It's not fun per se, right? Just sitting here resetting and resetting over, doing the same thing over and over. That's the definition of insanity, right? No, I haven't got any of the Magic Gathering Final Fantasy cards. So no interest in that. Interesting. I was hella interested in getting them. Just those. I don't care for Magic the Gathering, but just those cards I was super interested in. I play in tournaments at the local game store. Oh, have you won any? What's have you won any? Have you anything like that? Do you have a favorite Final Fantasy card, Carissy? Probably your Cloud, huh? That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. By the way, NPC, I share a lot of Portuguese sayings here. Give us, I know in Brazil, I think in Brazil they have way more sayings than we do in Portugal. Give us a Brazilian saying, like a famous saying. You know what I mean? The Vincent promo from Gunslinger in the Abyss. Hey, you a Vincent gal? Are you a Vincent gal? I thought you was you into the emo. You into the more emo, like, bad boy characters, huh? You into the bad boy characters. A few, but what they do is go by points, so we have a 4-player, a game and 3 matches, so a person can have a total of 9 points. My highest point score was 6. Not bad. Not bad. That's 6 out of 9. That's not bad. Somebody's blowing up my phone. That's not my name. So my new commander is going to be Shredder. Shredder. Shredder? From TNMT? From TMNT? TMNT, there you go. Shredder. Do you have like a Foot Clan? You have a Foot Clan deck or something? That's interesting. Shredder, huh? Shredder. The Shredder. The Shredder. You ever seen the 1990s movies? There's a part where they say, like, the Shredder. That's not my name. Going on 700. My guess was 800. What's the odds, Kyle? Are you sitting down, Kyle? I'll tell you if you're sitting down. If you're not sitting down, I don't think I can tell you. You're not ready for this heat. You're not ready to find someone so dumb that would do this. You are not ready to meet that person. You're laying down. Even better. The odds are 1 in 8,400 some, I think. So we have one chance in 8,000, basically. Yeah. That's not my name. I know, Kyle. I know. Kyle is laying down there like the cool dude he is, just chilling, and he's like, yep. This motherfluffer doesn't just look crazy, he is crazy. I saw another person doing this as well, and it taught me about shinies. Ah, really? I had no idea. Yeah, it's like 1 in 8,000, so... It's like, if you have like... It's like someone going up to you and they're like, okay, pick a number between 0 and 8,000, or 1 in 8,000. And you pick a number, say, 1,259. And you have to guess the same number they guessed, you know? That would be the odds. Oh, you played this last one when you were a kid? Oh, you're a Pokemon fan then. You just don't shiny hunt too much, I suppose. That's not my name. I borrowed a friend's Game Boy for a week back then. I just started again recently with the emulation. I see. Yeah, this costs $20 for this game. This is an old school. It's a remake, but it's an old remake, right? This recreates the first Pokemon game. You know, Pokemon Red and Blue. For Japan, it would be red and green. Hmm. Which one did you play back then, by the way, when you borrowed when you had the Game Boy? Which one did you? If it's on the Game Boy, are you talking Game Boy Color or Game Boy Advance? It could be anywhere from this game all the way to Pokemon Blue. I've been playing it with the CRT shader. It looks amazing for something that was supposed to be on such a small screen. Oh, so you have a mod on it. Oh, okay. Oh, so it was Fire Red and Leaf Green, this exact game. Ah. Oh, wow. Okay. Close to 700 here, boys. Ah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, I started Pokemon with Pokemon Yellow. Ba-bam, ba-bam. I'll probably try the older ones at the point. Pokemon Stadium seems interesting to try with. Do you have a Switch? Do you have a Switch? And if you have a Switch and you have the online subscription, you can play Pokemon Stadium. Well, you can play Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2. You can't connect with the pack though, meaning you won't be able to connect to use the connection feature, but you can do everything else. Oh, you don't have a Switch. Ah, sorry to hear that, Kyle. What, do you have any consoles you play? Maybe PC? We're in the Pokemon from the old game on the N64 Stadium game. Sure, yeah, I know what you mean. I used to do that when I used to have the expansion pack, the thing that like pack that you put in the back and you insert the cartridge in there. I used to play it all the time because it had a speed up feature, and back in the day that was like gold. Nowadays you can emulate and use the speed up feature, but you can't. I mean, you can, but you can't really easily. You can't easily transfer Pokemon from an emulated version, like a ROM, into an actual game. You can. There's ways to do it because they're literally just codes of information, right? They're just zeros and ones, so you can send that information. I think there's ways to get Pokemon from your ROM, like your PC emulated ROM, into like an actual game. But you need a lot of tools. You need a lot of know-how. You need, yeah. It's not gonna be as simple as. But I know it's possible. I've just been playing emulation on my PC. Wait. Yeah, that's cool, man. You know, that's cool. You a PC guy? I'm a PC guy too, but I like playing on PC, but I love the portability of stuff. Like, I don't like the idea that every time I want to play a game, I need to get out of bed and sit in a chair and be sitting there. Like, I like to play games when I'm relaxing, right? Like, if I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm not playing games. But if I'm relaxing, like I'm in bed relaxing, or sometimes I play games sitting on this chair too. I'm not laying in bed. I'm not saying it's all the time, but for most part is when I lay down in bed and I'm relaxing, or I'm sitting in the on the couch or whatever it might be. That's when I kind of like shoot up a game and play for a little bit. I had to sell my Xbox to keep afloat. I'd rather play console, but I'm playing with old PC games, going back with all the nostalgia. I've been in that spot, my man. I've been in that spot, like back in my high school times, and even a little bit off of high school when I didn't have a job. Sometimes in my life, there's periods of my life where I was fired and I didn't have a job, or whatever the reason might be. But yeah, I remember going back to old games that I had, and there's nothing quite like not having abundance to teach you the importance of what you have, right? Like, for example, like, there's times in my life where, like you, I didn't have much money, and dude, my old games were so fun. They were like the most fun. I loved them so much. Like, for some reason, they just felt so different. It was cool to replay them. Now I have abundance, right? I have a lot of games. And, like, the thought of going back to my old games is just like, eh. It's because you have so much, right? I don't have that much, but, I have choices. It's because you have choices that it makes you just lose interest on that which you have, because you have so much. Like, you don't know, you're not focused, right? You're just like, oh, there's too many things to look at. Everything's so pretty, So in a way, Kyle, you're blessed for having that experience of falling in love with the older games, which are the ones you can, play right now. I think you'll be just fine. Sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, coming back as an adult, right, and re-experiencing things, and I mean, the nostalgias are always there. Like, I still play old games. I still go back and play old Final Fantasy games and stuff because I love it so much. But I have more options. I got games in my shelf that I got at least 10 games that I have to finish that I haven't yet, that are just sitting there, and I'm like not touching them. I have at least 10 games I left midway through, and I was enjoying them. It's just that there's so much other games to play that you're just kind of scatterbrained with it. Final Fantasy you've never tried? There are so many classics I never tried. Man, I don't know if you like RPGs, but I would encourage you to try Final Fantasy, man. I would encourage you to try Final Fantasy. Fantastic, splendid games, man. My favorite series. They are on my list. Yeah, they're story-driven series. It's a story-driven games. They usually have some romance to it. It's like a lot of action. It's a classic American movie. There's action, there's love, there's the love interest, there's the action, there's the comedy.
It's a little bit of all those things. Definitely up my alley. Oh, you're gonna love it. Oh shoot, I recommend Final Fantasy X to start off. If you want, there's 16 of the mother fluffers. I recommend 10 to start. I'm not saying the others aren't good. I'm just saying I think that's a good starting point with 10. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba bum ba bum ba da 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 bum ba bum 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 bum. That's Final Fantasy VII right there. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Dun da dun dun dun. Da 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 da. Dun da dun dun dun. Da da dun 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 da dun 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 da 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 dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Final Fantasy 9. What about this one? Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X has some of the most beautiful music. One more. How about this one? Final Fantasy 6. You have to look them up. You don't have to, but I'd recommend play. I'm just trying to show you like how cool the songs are. These are some of the most famous songs in Final Fantasy. Dun 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 dun. It's Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy 16. I can keep going. Na 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 na. La da 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 da. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, na, na. So beautiful. I mean, of course, I can't sing it for You know, I sing like a wet cat, but knows each by heart. Dope. Dude, I know so many Final Fantasy songs. These shaped my childhood, right, Kyle? We're talking about like stuff that formed me as a human. These are things that shaped me as a person, right? This is not just some, like, for people, it's a game. You know, people will look at it as it's a game, dude. Like, who cares? Not for me. For me, it's not a game. For me, it was a lesson. For me, it's like things, you know, you ever had a story with your parents that your parents said something to you that just changed your life forever, or they really helped you learn something, or you'll never forget that they said, or a lesson, like something that happened that became a lesson later in life? That's what a lot of the Final Fantasy games are for me, right? It became a life lesson. It became an experience. It became something I remember to. I reminisce about something that I'm fond of and nostalgic about. And that's what's like, nostalgia is an interesting thing, right? Because the reason the older you get, the nostalgia gets stronger is because as you get older, you rationalize better, right? As you get older, you understand things for what they are because, you know, living through time is learning to accept. It's all about accepting and understanding, right? It's all about perceived knowledge and acquired knowledge, you know? The older you get, the more you realize that things aren't gonna change in terms of, yep, this world still has good people, this world still has bad people. Yep, I'm starting to get wrinkles. Yep, I'm starting to get old. My body is starting to hurt. I'm starting to get a little bit more sickly more often, you know? My vision is not as good as it used to be. My hair is not as strong as it used to be. I don't have the stamina I used to have. You know, my hearing's gotten worse. Whatever it might be, but these are signs of age, right? No one can stop them. And with the signs of age, it comes a thing that is basically your brain learns that your brain accepts futility, right? Because when you're young, futility is understood, but it's not really perceived. It's not really adopted, right? Because when you're young, forever is your best friend, right? That's the mindset you have for the most part. It's like, oh, I'm 20, I'm young. Especially when other people that are old are telling you that they are old, that just makes you feel like even more. You know, when people come up to you and it's like, ah, oh, you're very young, you got all your life ahead of you and all that. That just like significantly, it's not all cases, but most cases, that just like boosts your idea of like, I'm gonna live forever. Like, you know, like, forever young, I wanna be. And growing old is understanding that that thinking that you're forever is stupid. And therefore you take the magic out of it. And when you take the magic out of it, you're left with reality. When you're left with reality, you got two choices. You fight back and squirm and throw a fit, or you accept it. Now, acceptance is a difficult thing, right? It's like going through the stages of grief, right? Acceptance becomes difficult for some people. Like accepting that you're getting old, accepting your own mortality might be a really challenging thing to do. It is certainly challenging for me. But with time, there comes almost like a unsuspecting, almost like a ninja in the night that just knifes you from the back. You just kind of learn to accept it, and you learn to not deny it, because denying it means you have to keep fighting. You need to keep putting your fists up, and you need to keep getting tired. You need to keep rejecting. You need to keep there's a friction all the time. You're always applying heat. You're always applying a defense. And that's not sustainable by any means, shape, or form. Acceptance is the ultimate form of peace, right? And acceptance does not mean you only accept that which is good and that which is good for you. Acceptance means that you accept that you now have wrinkles. And you accept, because here's the deal. Acceptance comes when you see things for what they are, and you understand the futility of it. Like you say, you understand that there's nothing that can be done about it, and you don't fight it, you embrace it. That is acceptance. It is to say, I will not defy that which cannot be defied, because I know that I'm gonna gas myself out and nothing is gonna change. You're fighting air. You're trying to punch a ghost. You know, it's like using a fighting type move on a ghost type without Scrappy. You're just gonna hit air. Nothing's gonna ever happen. You know? And the wisdom of knowing that, like, for me, has been very difficult to accept my own mortality, you know, because I was a kid, like, back in the day. I thought, like, I was gonna live forever. You know? Then you hit 30, and then you're like, oh, fudge, man. That's a decade. The 20s are gone. That's a decade there. Right? I'm an adult. Like, I'm like, can't even be qualified as a young man anymore. You know? And it just kind of sinks in that you have no choice but to accept what is. And nostalgia, going 360 here. Nostalgia is almost like an escape from that. It's almost like, this is what I once was, and that's beautiful. It's not about you can't be it anymore. It's about it was beautiful, right? So it's not about you wanting to go back to that time. It's about you appreciating the time itself, right? So sometimes nostalgia, that's how nostalgia works, right? That's why you miss the games you used to play. What you miss is what you felt while playing those games, right? That's what nostalgia is, right? Is that feeling of, I want to experience this again because it'll take me back to a place where I was safe, where I found peace, where problems weren't really a thing. And if they were, they weren't present at the time. That's why some of our fondest memories are not only those that traumatize us, because sometimes we, you know, through trauma, we definitely remember things through trauma. But not only, trauma is not the only thing we remember. Like, we also remember the good things. And I'm sure if you look back in your mind, you have a memory with a parent or a sibling or a friend or in school or anything that is like, you know, even if it's a kid that was bullied. Let's say there's a kid that was bullied in school and their experience in school was the utmost garbage experience you could ever have as a human being, which sucks. But there was one day where a kid didn't bully you. There was one kid that was like, hey, just said hello to you, right? Didn't treat you bad, didn't say nothing crappy, just said hello. That memory will remain with that person for the rest of their lives, right? Because it's funny, because when we have nothing, it's funny because if we have nothing, if we are bored, it's easy to sometimes to think about, this is why meditation is important, but I'm all over the place. If we are bored, it's easier for us to point out the bad than it is the good. If you have a whiteboard, think about this, a massive whiteboard, just a whiteboard, open, massive, gigantic. But in the top right corner of that whiteboard, there's a black spot, a little black spot there, boom, a little spot there. And there's this massive whiteboard. It's so pretty, it's so brilliant. But there's a little blemish there, a little black dot there, a little blemish. If people were to observe that blackboard, what do you think they would talk about? Let's say it's like in a museum piece. People come in, they watch the whiteboard, then they leave, and outside they have to leave a review. What do you think they're gonna write about? Oh, beautiful whiteboard. There was like this There's like this little black dot on it, like it's kind of ruined it, you know? Like it's, I don't know, but what's this black dot? Like, what is that black dot doing there? It's like a little dot, like it's in this, what is it? And you just missed an ocean of beauty for the one imperfection. And the human mind is similar to this, where in the ways that it works, right? The human mind is similar to this. Now, in contrast to that, the inverse can be true, right? Whereas in when you're like in the case of that kid, that was an example that I was doing. If all you have is darkness and you get a little speck of happiness, that also remains, right? But it's more common for the darkness to remain because our brains are almost genetically coded to feel that which, to perceive the bad and accept the bad and absorb the bad. So if you compare it to like a vacuum cleaner, when it comes to dust, it vacuum cleans the dust like the suction power is amazing. But when it comes to like sand, let's say, this is a bad example, but just to get the point across, it doesn't suck it up as well. Like, so in this analogy, it would be, you know, we absorb the bad way faster. We take the bad more serious because the bad means flaw. Flaw means something's not right. It means sadness. Because it triggers the one most common and most destructive emotion that we have, that ever blessed our amygdalas, which is fear. Okay? Understand that. Fear. Fear drives so much of the percentage of our brain is fear. Right? It even drives the good things sometimes. If you really think about it, excuse me, I'm burping. If you really think about it and you look at your life and you look at things that make you insecure, things that make you, you know, sad, if you chalk it up all the way down to its very bare bones, you will find that there's some form or shape of fear attached to it. Now, understanding fear is a very interesting thing because fear comes from a place of lack of knowledge, right? Fear usually comes from a place of non-understanding. We are very scared of things that we don't understand. If you were to sit in a dark room, imagine that you were to sit in a dark room and you can't see jack diddly squat, and you get a thought in your mind that someone's out in the corner looking at you, but you can't see them, but they can see you. That's fear, right? But if there's the light is on, you can see everything, therefore you don't have a lack of knowledge, right? The reason you fear sometimes in relationships and your job is because you don't know whether you're going to be fired or whether this person's going to cheat on you or not. That's what fear is. You don't know if this person's going to cheat on you. You don't know if this person's going to fire you. You don't know if this person's going to betray you. But you don't want it to happen because it's scary. Why? Because you lose that which you want, right? And that's why it's fearful, right? So I'll lose this woman that I love so much, or I'll lose this job that I need to take care of my family. But what you fear is not losing your job. What you fear is the consequences of losing your job. But you don't know if you're going to lose your job. So what's the point of all this that I'm saying? How do you fix this? So what do we do about this, right? It goes back 360 again. Acceptance. You understand that you don't know. And that's okay. You just don't know. You don't know. You can't know. You won't see the future. You cannot control the future. It will not be shown to you. You just gotta live with what it is, you know? EV training my false swipers to hunt down my own. Yeah, let's do it together, man. Right now I'm just kind of talking about philosophy stuff, I guess. But you're welcome to hang out with us. Thank you so much, Grippy, for coming in. I wish you the best of luck. If you want to hang out with us and do it, we can do it together. That'd be so cool. Completely up to you, but I appreciate you coming in. But yeah. Now get this. And get why I'm even saying this, which is very important in the first place, which is so cool. Which is, how do you get rid of fear? If it's about having knowledge, then if you know what fear is, shouldn't you not be fearful? So you remove fear from things when you understand what they are. Right? I'll give you another example. Let's do this training. I don't know how many people are here, but... And I'll show you what the mind can do. If you close your eyes right now, you close your eyes, and I want you to just notice the way that you're breathing. That's it. Just close your eyes and just observe or notice the way that you're breathing. Now you're breathing faster, or you're breathing differently because you just noticed it, right? Just try to sit there, notice your breath, just observe it, and try not to change it. You cannot do this. You can't realize that you're breathing and keep breathing normally. You cannot do it. Why? Because when you're aware of things, you are in control. You just took control of your breathing, and that's why. So now it's up to you to decide to breathe correctly. Whereas if you're breathing normally without thinking, it's outside of your control. You're not really manipulating it. But once you understand something like fear, you have the power to control it. You now own that thing. You can now manipulate it. You can shift it. You can shape it. And that's how you fight that. By understanding it, by bringing awareness to it, by acknowledging. And then you take control. Or something like that. Or something of the sort. It's a very interesting concept, like how the mind works, right? You know, some might think the mind is like a computer. If we only could understand, you know, if we only could understand it and control it, and but there's no, how do you do that? Like, if you break a bone, you can do an x-ray to see the state of the bone. But if you have a thought, you can't do an x-ray. You can't do an x-ray on your head to see thoughts. You can't, how do you, where is that coming from? You can't understand those, right? They're kind of outside of human control to an extent, right? Your thoughts kind of just happen. Right? If me and you are sitting next to each other, say for example, this is a weird example, but we're sitting next to each other, and I just do something crazy, like I kiss you in the forehead or something, and I've never done that before. You don't expect it, and you're just like, thoughts are gonna come to your mind that you're not really controlling. They're just you're just thinking things now. Right, why did he kiss me? What the hell? Where did this come from? Why does he like me? Does he not like me? Is this a joke? Is it a prank? Right? You really... I don't believe you, Frosty. Let's try it. Are you saying you want me to kiss you on your forehead, Lindsay? Are you saying that, Lindsay? Oh, Area! Hello! Area of the Angel Meow. How are you, Area? Welcome in. How much of our minds do we understand or not understand? Ooh. I just like the other night I had a panic attack. It's Aria, but thank you. Hi, Aria. Hi, Aria. Aria. I said Aria. What did I say? Aria. What did I say? Aria. Oh, Arya is in the Arya from Game of Thrones. I didn't know there was a character named that. That's fun. Yeah, in the show Game of Thrones, it's more of an adult show, so just be aware about it. There is a character named Arya. Arya Stark is her name. She ends up being like kind of like a main character, so very important character in the show. I am a Stark. Pride. Pride, right? An interesting emotion, pride. The most, how should I put this? The most ego thing an ego can produce. The most ego-like thing that your ego could ever produce is probably pride. Right? The very definition of what I am is that which I'm proud of. Da-da-da. Very interesting thought. Pride is mostly about protection, right? Pride is about protecting who I am or who I have to be. Pride is about protecting my own safety. Because proud is about not being below, not being less than, right? If you think about pride, it's all about not getting harmed, not getting hurt. Which is interesting because in some cases of people that are very nihilistic, they still maintain their pride. Which is a very interesting, because you think that sometimes someone that is nihilistic and self, let's put it, disliking, let's put it that way, someone who dislikes someone who is, you know, has thoughts of harming themselves and such, even they can have some sense of pride. It's a very primal, very, very primal genetic thing that we have. This is a sense of pride. One of the oldest, most unself-recognized emotion that people have, I would say. A lot of people don't, a lot of people, including myself, don't recognize the pride that, their own pride that they have on things. And I'm talking about this because I was thinking of Arya Stark. And you can hear the pride when you hear, you know, I am a Stark. Like even the sentence creation of that, you know, it was done on purpose, that the way that they say that, they're not saying I'm a human of flesh and blood. They're not saying that. They're not saying I'm just a person that exists. They're saying I'm a Stark. They're defining it on purpose. Why? Because, like, in that case, being a Stark stood for something. And in her case of Arya, it comes from a place of hatred and self-preservation, right? Because a lot of people in that show wanted to destroy the Starks or her clan, her people, her family. So it comes from a place of her saying, when you say something like that, I am, like, you could say this about a nationality, like, I am American. There's pride behind that, because you're saying, I'm letting you know that if you hate that, I'm protecting it. So it's almost like a sign of, don't thread there, right? Don't thread on this part, because I am a Stark. So now you know. Or it's almost like I'm letting you know where I stand, right? That's why they use that word specifically, so that there is an understanding. And another reason why they would use that, put it in those terms, someone even in real life, or even is because of the acknowledgement that comes behind it, like the pain that might have been associated with family members that she's lost before, right? Family members that Arya lost, like her mom and her brother, if you've watched the show. And it's almost like they live in me, and I want it to be that way. Like, we are yet here, we still exist, type of statement, right? It's very primal, right? There's a very, like, it's extremely emotionally charged, right? The problem with emotionally charged statements is that they usually come from a place of irrationality, right? It's 100% emotion and no rationale. Problem with emotion is you get a lot with emotion. It's good to feel emotions, don't get me wrong. They could be used, and they could be used in great ways, and they are good and important. We should keep them and maintain them, but it's important to understand them. Again, the one-pointed mindedness of understanding what they are. Because the problem with the emotion is that it gets you to places really quick, and it causes things to happen really quick. Okay? Like anger, for example. If you were to get mad, I mean, you're likely to flip a table or slap someone in the face or something like that, right? If you got really mad. You don't really think about it. You're just like, it swells up and it's right there, and you, bow, you slap someone. Just blew up. And you don't really think about what you did until that anger subsides, right? You don't really think about what you did, right? So if you have someone in your life, that has done something that out of anger, and then later they apologized, I always try to cut them some slack if they apologize and they come to see the mistake. Because, I mean, that person was just subjected to an emotion that we all feel, and they might feel a little bit strongly, right? They might feel that emotion a little bit stronger. Some people are quicker to anger than others. I'm using anger as an example. There's many others, and many other emotions that could stem from that. I use anger because anger is usually explosive and quick, right? It's completely not based in rationale. A lot of people end up in jail just because they had an episode of anger. You know, like in cases of domestic abuse, or in cases of, self-protection, or in cases of whatever it might be. You just kind of blow a fuse, and now you did something horrible, you know? And then you think about it, and it's like, the consequences, I might go to jail, or the consequence might be I lose my partner, or the consequence might be I hurt my arm, or something like that. But you don't really think about consequences in the time of emotional, right? You don't really think about consequences, right? Usually in times of emotion, you tend to exacerbate emotions that are bad. Like, for example, if you are really happy, as an example, if you're really happy, you're feeling really happy, you tend to exacerbate that which is good, right? What does that mean? So if you're really, really happy, you're having a great day, things are going your way, your business finally had a breakthrough. Like, for example, oh man, today I got 150 subscribers, man. Usually I only get 50, but today I got 150, man. I'm gonna be a famous YouTuber. I'm gonna dominate the scene. Everybody's gonna love me. I'm gonna be accepted. My ego's gonna be so happy. I'm gonna be eating good, right? You exacerbate that happiness, right? That is all. But the same thing happens when you're sad as well, or when there's something bad happening. You tend to catastrophize, right? It's not just one thing that's going to go bad. Everything's going to go bad because I had a bad day. Like my YouTube, for example, my YouTube is not doing good. Everything's going to crap. Like, my love life, I know, like, this is happening. My wife's going to leave me. You know, my parents are going to get upset. You tend to catastrophize. It's important to put what belongs in the fridge, and to put what belongs in the cupboard, right? There's no point, really. There might be a point, but for the sake of argument, you don't want to put like you don't want to put an empty mug on the fridge. You put it in a cupboard, right? Because there's no need to put the mug in the fridge. You could put the mug in the fridge, but that's not really where it belongs, right? Like, you're not gonna put a toilet seat on your bed and, like, before you go to bed you open the toilet seat and then lay down. No, you put the toilet seat on the toilet because you want to close the toilet when you're done, or you don't want odors to come out, or when you flush you don't want the sprinkles from the water to go everywhere, so you close the lid. There's a purpose behind that. The same thing with your emotions. If you had a bad day with whatever, something happened or something like that, that's what it is. Keep it there. That's what it is. That belongs here. Keep it there. You know? We tend to either catastrophize or exacerbate things like that. Now, am I saying that it's bad if you're having a good day, to be optimistic about other things? No, it's not. But in the case of bad things, it is bad to catastrophize after that. Because this is like having one building you need to demo. You need to demolish one building, and you have 100 bombs. And then you're like, okay, I only need one bomb to destroy one building, but I'm going to put all 100 bombs in this building, and then you end up blowing up everything else. It's the building and the buildings around and everything around it. You didn't need to do that. You had only one. You could have just used one bomb. But because we're emotional, because we're in a state we can't rationalize. That's the thing. If you rationalized, you would have understood that you only need one bomb for this building, and nothing else would have had to come down. You know, nothing else would have had to come down, just the building. And now the bigger problem with that is, again, it's the consequences. Now you don't have to fix one mess, you have to fix 3, 4, 5, 6. You're unnecessarily adding grievance to your life, right? What's very interesting, isn't it? No, it's very difficult to manipulate anything that comes to be in an emotional state. Because an emotional state is a state of, again, emotion. Now, I'm never gonna say ever that emotions are bad. That's not the point of this in any way, shape, or form. Emotions are the things that... It's like life is a cake, but the emotions are the glazing on it. It's probably not the best example. You know? It's kind of like the flavor of life. It's what gives life its flavor. It's like seasoning in food, right? It's there to make it pretty for us. It's there to make it make sense to us, right? Now, if you want to reach a state of enlightenment, and this is crazy, right? A state of enlightenment, like some people have reached, is almost like a state of emotionlessness, right? There's no emotion. I am not this and I am not that. I'm simply the one who observes this or observes that. You know? I am not what I am. I just see what I am. I am not the person who gets mad when someone slaps me. I'm the person who observed themselves getting slapped. Does that make sense? That is a state of emotionlessness. That is a state of enlightenment. I am outside of that happens to me. Now, this is people train their whole lives to reach this level and they can't do it. Okay? This is extremely difficult to come by and do. I don't think any human being has ever mastered this. If you think outside of deities, like those believe that Buddha achieved this, and those who believe that Jesus Christ was this, and God himself, outside of those, there are those who have come close, I am sure. But even if you practice a whole life, your ego is always there. You can meditate every single day. You can be a monk. You can reject every single emotion. You can practice to not have emotion to any degree. And you would still, that primal darn DNA will always come back. Right? Now, I'm not saying everybody should strive to reach enlightenment. But if you're trying to reach enlightenment, oof. 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 And that's why, and because we'll never reach enlightenment, that's why we'll never be satisfied. Isn't that crazy? The oxymoron, that's messed up. Yeah, so we'll never reach that state of happiness that we see in the movies and we perceive to exist in the movies. We'll never really reach that state. You can reach a state of contentment and security in a state of self-awareness to maintain you through the world significantly good for the most part. But you cannot maintain a neutral position for the rest of your life. Something's going to come along that's going to fracture that peace. Something's going to come along that's going to make you feel something. Whether it be good or bad. State of enlightenment is the opposite of letting that thing affect you. State of enlightenment is beyond the I am, and beyond the I have to be, and beyond what others think, and beyond the what I have to do, and beyond of what I've been asked to do, and beyond the what is the meaning. It just is. If you think in terms of time, and this is going to boggle your mind a little bit, it's extremely interesting to think about this. If you think about this in terms of time, you might not believe this, but say for the sake of argument, you believe this premise. In the premise of theology, God always was. The Creator always was. So God had no beginning. And he has no end. Wherefore he always was. So it's not that he started, it's that he was always there. He was always what was. Now you wrap your mind around that. Like, how do you explain that? What do you mean he always was? Then how did he start? No, he didn't start. He always was. What? 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 Like, try to make sense out of that, right? Like explain that, right? If you were to think in those terms. Now, you could say the same thing about the universe, right? And that's why there's theories like the Big Bang, and there's theories like, there's like dinosaurs. That's why we have people looking into history and trying to explain what happened that started all of this. The theology explains it through, it didn't start, it just was. Now that is inconceivable to the human mind. You cannot perceive that. I cannot perceive that. How can that be? Perhaps some people out there have an explanation for it. I most certainly cannot come up with an explanation for that. Because why? Because all my life, I've been witnessing beginnings and endings. I've never seen any other example of forever. all I've ever witnessed was beginnings and endings, whether it be lives, relationships, objects, ways of thinking, trends, fashion, games, types, clothing brands, beginnings and endings. You see it in your day-to-day life. You want to pee? You pee, now you don't want to pee. A beginning and an ending. It is explained. The nature of things has been satisfied. Even if something hasn't ended yet, you can perceive an ending. Correct? Like say, like a country, for example. You know, one day this country is going to end. A new country is going to be born at some point. You can perceive that. I mean, you might think not, but eventually it might happen. Right? You can understand. You understand that it began, and you understand that it ended, and now the satisfactions of, like, the requirements of existence have been satisfied. There was an existence, and there was an end. Therefore, you don't even need to think about this. It just naturally comes to you, right? You don't have to think. You just naturally understand that there's a beginning and there's an end. Now try to explain in that context of mind, in that mental box. Try to explain that. How do you explain something that does not begin and does not end? You cannot. Why? Because you've never seen it. You cannot understand that which you cannot observe to some degree, right? That's why people use belief, right? Usually when people are, and I'm a religious person personally, but usually I say I believe in God. I wouldn't say never, but it's hard for me to say, no, I know God exists, right? Sometimes. Difficult, right? That's why belief is not always, belief is centered on something that you hope for, something that you perceive to be true. That is your own perspective. It does not necessarily mean that is readily observable. Now, it also means that it cannot be disproved, even though some people claim they can disprove theology. And I'm sure there's a lot of claims out there, but, you know, there's a lot of claims that faith has entered the chat. No, personally, I am a person of faith. Can I explain? It's based on emotion for me, okay? It's based on experiences that I've had in the past, so things I've seen happen, miracles that I've seen in my life and other people's lives helped me believe. Now, if someone were to come to me and say, those miracles that you saw were just a coincidence, how can I convince them that it's not a coincidence when they always have plausible deniability? No, it's coincidence. It's not. Did you see God come down? Did you see him actually, like, heal this person? Did you see him lift this rock? Right? You didn't see that per se. So there's always a plausible deniability. They can always say, well, it's just a coincidence, or it's just an anomaly. Doesn't mean it's God, right? Like, I can choose to believe either or. That person could choose to try to believe or see my side of the story rather than just have their own bias, right? And in a way, it is a sort of bias, right? When you believe in, it's a sort of bias, right? And sometimes religion comes from many reasons, right? Some people follow religion due to tradition. Some people follow religion because it's easier that way. I don't have to deal with my parents hating me or denying me. Some people follow it for a sense of duty. Some people follow it because they don't have any other choice. Some people follow it because they truly have a deep believing in it. And some people follow it because, I don't know, they were asked to, or they fall in love with someone that asked them to. There's many reasons why people follow religion. But at the core of it, there's always, I mean, for people would say that for religion, I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure, but Yeah, there's too many examples to explain, but in my case, it's based on belief. Like, you know, I have faith and belief that based on what I've seen, I've gathered some information and a lot of feelings towards it that I perceive that it might be correct. Right? That's me. But you might say, well, then if you're saying it's emotion and you were talking about emotion not being enlightenment and this and that, then you're just contradicting yourself. Yes, to some degree, yes. To some degree, I am saying that I am subjecting myself to some of the emotions that I feel. Now, that's not necessarily bad. Subjecting yourself to emotion is not necessarily bad. If you're on the path to enlightenment, I would say no. But I mean, you could want that, but would you want that? Because the path to enlightenment is not... You would think that that's like bliss and happiness, and yes, there is peace at the end of it. If should you reach enlightenment, that is the ultimate peace, which is the complete mastering of one's emotion, right? The complete lack of it to one degree, right? Which is the absence of the ego, you know? Some might say that exists, perhaps. Now it gets complicated in that case because I'm thinking of the love of a father, you know, and comparing it to what we perceive to be love and how love works. Would that be would the ultimate love, this is the question that I'm pondering in my mind, that's why I'm kind of like hesitating to talk about it. Would the ultimate love be enlightenment? Or would it not? Because love requires a certain amount of emotion, right? A certain amount of ego. A certain amount of selfishness, right? Because one would say, if I were to say that I love someone, I give my life for them, for example, like the ultimate sacrifice. Exactly, sacrifice, exactly. If I were to say that I would commit the ultimate sacrifice, like giving up my life to save my daughter or my wife or my mom or something like that. If people have done that. People have done that happily, with a smile on their faces. This has happened. Does that come from what we call love? Or does that come from selfishness? Like, for example, the question is, do I love this person because of some fairy dust in my heart? Or do I love this person because I'm scared of being alone, or I'm scared that I'll lose them? So do I love them because I'm getting something out of them, or do I love them because there's some magic in me? Now, you can't really explain the magic of it, but when it involves sacrifice, and this reaches the point of enlightenment, which is like, I don't know about the point of, but it's in the direction of. Because it removes the ego. And the part of the ego that would say, I gotta care for myself and not someone else. But when you're sacrificing, you remove that. And I think what people perceive as love is because someone did something that's very difficult. And what that is sacrifice. So something that is very difficult to do is perceived as the ultimate show of love. Like, for example, in the story of the underdog stories, person who had all the reasons to give up on their dream of being a basketball player, for example. One of their fingers was bad, and they didn't have money, no one would accept them. Let's say all the reasons, whatever. You think about, this movie's been done a million times, you know what I mean. But that person pushes through and becomes an NBA player, for example. Right? You can't help but love that and say that this person loves basketball. Why? Because they did something extremely difficult to do for the sake of something else. And you perceive that as love. That's what love is, right? He likes it. He loves it. So sacrifice is a great display of love, especially in the eyes of others. Because you can't deny it. You can't deny it. You can't deny the love of a father who gives their life for their kid, for example, right? I know I like this example because it's an exaggerated example that shows the complete lack of this person. You know, this person not thinking about themselves; they're thinking about their kid, right? You can't help yourself but perceive that as love. We call it love. What else would we call it? But then again, define love, right? What is it? You know? Very difficult emotion to define because there's a little bit... There's always like a certain, for me at least, a mysticism around love, right? There's a part of it that you just don't get. Because it goes against genetics, right? To some degree. You know? Why would you sacrifice that which was given to you? Why would you sacrifice your well-being? You know, it's just not pragmatic, right? Like for me why does a man chase a woman or a woman chases a man that is not interested in them and that keeps hurting the guy or the girl and they keep hurting but they keep chasing that person but it keeps hurting and hurting? Why'd they keep doing that? Right? Now at that point you probably perceive it as an obsession, right? An obsession. But wasn't it an obsession when that dude followed the NBA? It was an obsession, same way. But why is one negative and the other one is positive? And that's what we make the distinction between love, because we associate love with the positivity of obsession, the positivity of wanting, longing, right? It's still a form of obsession to some degree. Cannot deny this, right? Well, or is it? Well, if you define it in its more purest terms, it depends on how you define it, really, which is hard. Why this conversation, I can't really put a period on this conversation because I never reach the point where I can say this is what love is. Because I truly don't understand parts of it, right? Or maybe my mind wants to not understand it because I wouldn't accept the answer. That could be true as well. No, but I think there is an objective thing that I truly cannot perceive about it. What we'd call like the pixie dust in my heart. That kind of when it went in your, you know, the little in your chest, you know, that thing, you know. So I'm a sucker for a good love story. I love love stories. I love watching like romance movies. They're some of my favorite. I love watching romance. I don't know. I think the reason I personally love romance is because ever since I was a kid, one of my biggest dreams was to get married and have a family. Right? Like since I was a kid, I always wanted to have a family because me myself, it has to do with how I grew up, right? And how I grew up was to a broken family, right? And I felt like I needed that to help me through my life. I felt like I needed the stability of a family. Probably the problem of it was the contrast. What do I mean by that? In my specific case of my personal life, my friend's parents were still married and apparently happy, and they had regular meals, and everybody sang Kumbaya together, and they went on trips together, and they're all happy. Or at least the perceived image that I have is that they were happy. I'm sure there were problems. But in my own family, that contrast, you know, like I'm a kid and I'm looking at this. In my own family, everything is like coming apart. My parents are separating. You know, they don't like each other anymore. They want to go their separate ways, which I understand. This is part of life. Sure, let it flow. I'm not blaming my parents for that, but I'm saying in my own, I absorbed this. So this contrast showed me that, wait a minute, since I was young, I longed for what the other dude had, the good family. Wait a minute, I'm sad, he's happy. If I can get what he has, then I'll be happy. Simple enough, right? Simple enough, right? It's pretty simple. So, in my particular case, the contrast of my friends having happy families and me had me yearning for it. And then now, as an adult, now I want that. I still want that from that time that I was a kid. Because I feel, and I think, and I perceive that if I just got that one thing, I can be happy. And that is a lie, unfortunately. It is true that I will reach contentment. It is true that a part of me is going to be at peace if I find that, right? But it's not true, I don't think, that that is going to bring me that happiness that I perceive in my mind. Like this ultimate bliss that nothing else is going to go wrong. That does not exist, right? But does that mean then, now, attention, right? Pay attention to this. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't have goals, aspirations. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't achieve that which you want to achieve. But there's an old Portuguese saying that goes, the best part of a party is waiting for it. Because once you get it, you got it. That emotion of longing for it, which is what drives you. Think about it. What drives you is not when you get it. The drive is gone. You got it. There's no more drive. Your heart is not burning for it anymore. It's been quelled, that fire. You're not longing for it anymore. You got it. But what made you move and get better and fight and yearn and accept was waiting for it, was fighting for it. It was the path, not the destination. So one could say, in some terms, one can perhaps say what I yearn for is to get to a point where I don't have to suffer. And that's why, and that is exactly why I want to have a family. So I reach a point where I'm happy. I don't have to suffer. But then it is kind of misguided. It's not, it is and it isn't, because yes, I will reach a level of satisfaction, but that's not going to be the ultimate fixer-upper. Like, think about this. If you're really hungry and you eat like a pizza, you know, all you think about is eating. I gotta eat a pizza, man. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. I want a pizza so bad. And then you get that pizza, you eat that pizza. What happens then? Oh, I got the pizza. Are you happy forever? Is life over? There's nothing else? There's nothing more? I got the pizza, I'm good. But you wanted it so bad. You really wanted it so bad. If only you got that pizza, everything would be all right, because now I'm not hungry anymore. But what happens after you eat the pizza? You're happy for an hour, and then what? And then what? You know what happens next. I get hungry again. I get upset that the TV remote is not working. And then all of a sudden, but wouldn't I just be happy if I got the pizza? I thought that's what my brain told me. My brain told me that my brain is lying to me then. My brain was telling me if I eat this pizza, I'm going to be happy forever. I'm going to be okay. Because everything's good. That's all I need. I just want pizza. Because you're really hungry, right? Now, this is an example to show that, yes, even if I reach my goals, and even if I reach... This is the reason why billionaires and millionaires... Our perception of a billionaire and a millionaire is that these people have the ultimate bliss. These people have no problems. These people are happy all the time. Why? Because they have that one thing, which is money, comfort. But money buys comfort. They have all the girls. If it's a dude, all the girls want them because he's rich. And I'm a nerd. I don't got no money. I can't get this. I can't get that. Like I'm struggling. I can't eat food properly. I can't like sustain myself. I got all this stress. No, all of that might be true. But at the same time, How come millionaires get depression then? How did Robbie Williams give up on life? He had a bunch of money. That guy achieved all of his goals. He wanted to be a comedian. He became a comedian. He wanted to be a movie star. He became a movie star. I think he started as a. He won a Grammy, I think, too. This man achieved all his dreams, and in the end, he gave up. How? If happiness comes from achieving everything you want, and if you just get this thing, like this car, if I just get this car, if I just get this man, this woman, if I just get this, then I'll be happy. This is a lie. And it's proven time and time and time and time and time and time again. I just gave you a perfect example. So what does all of this mean? We're screwed then, Frost. Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me I shouldn't pursue love. I'm screwed. There's nothing to fight for in life. I'm telling you that happiness that you want is not coming from the thing that you think it's going to come from. That happiness is going to come from when you accept that everything you got is enough. That's when you'll find peace. It's not about what you'll have. It's not about what could be, what you lost. It's about I am happy with what I have. I learned gratitude, contentment. That is the skill that you want to work on. Because then you don't expect anything. What's the reason, like, when the game's coming out, you expect that game to be great, and then you play it and it's absolute donkey crap. And you're like, dude, my expectation, I'll never expect anything again. I'm not going to expect anything. When you're expecting something, you're adding value that came from your brain, like lies. These are all lies. You're adding things that are not necessarily real. If you misplace your keys and you're like, okay, my keys are on top of the table, honey. You think that for you, this is reality, but you actually left the keys in the bowl on the living room. But but in your brain, your reality is that your keys are on top of the table. No, understand that your brain is not always correct. So everything you think is not real. It's so interesting to think that way. The stuff that you think is not real. When you're feeling really jealous that this person is cheating on me. They're cheating on me. I know. Here's the signs. Like, look. They're hiding their phone from me. They're doing. None of this. This is all things you've created. Now it could be. Wait a minute. It could be that this is real. It could be that in reality, this person is actually cheating. But your brain is telling you something that could be a lie. So, your brain is not a reliable source for truth when it comes to thoughts. And especially predictions. Especially predictions. If we were good at predictions, everybody would be a millionaire because everybody would guess the stock market. If we were clairvoyant, we're not. And that's when acceptance comes in. I do not know. I don't know. And that's what it is, and that's okay. And that's why some people say, and rightfully so, that you should live in the present. Live what you are living through. If you, like right now, I'm doing stream. Be a streamer right now. Right now, I'm a streamer. I'm also a friend. I'm also a drummer. I'm also a gamer. I'm also an artist. But I'm not being an artist right now. I'm streaming. That's what I am right now. Right? And that is enough. Now when I leave stream, I am doing art. Right now, I'm an artist. And this comes with, if you apply this to your relationships with your friends, with your parents, it helps a lot. It helps a lot. Because people fear their dark side so much. So much. I fear my dark side so much. If someone asks me, Lindsay, what kind of person you are? Or Lady Null, what kind of person are you? You know, not always. This is not always, but most of the time you'd probably say, oh, I'm a good person. I'm a good person. You'd point out, oh, I'm loving. Excuse me. I'm loving. I'm caring. I have a lot of empathy. You know, all these good things that you have, and you are those things, no question. But you are also someone who is angry. You're also someone who gets jealous. You're also someone who gets insecure. And yes, you're pretty, but you're also not pretty. Because to some people you're pretty, to some people you're not. And in the instance where you're with someone that finds you pretty, you're pretty. But when you're in the instance with someone who doesn't find you not pretty, that person doesn't find me not pretty, or finds me not pretty, then I'll be not pretty. You know? I'm not saying you should think you're ugly, but I'm just giving the example of accepting what is, right? Yes, you are a good person. That doesn't mean that when you get angry, you're not a good person anymore. It means that you're going through a slice, an episode, a clip in your life. That's it. You're going through a clip. You're not defining yourself. Okay? Yourself is already defined. You're just living through the different definitions that you are defined as. Or you that constitute your hormonal constitution and your thought pattern constitution. And the way that your synapses shoot between each other. You know? If you want to think as yourself as a human in the most anatomically description possible, the most human scientific explanation ever, you are a collection of cells. That's what you are. Now you can add more meaning to that, and you can perhaps, some people believe that you are also karma, some people believe that you are a spirit, right? And there's something in the beyond that we don't truly understand. Like, it's hard to talk about those things because you don't really understand them all too well, and when you do try to understand them, you just find that there's a lot more questions than what you expected, or there's a lot of things that you won't necessarily find the answer to, which is that which lies beyond. In my personal belief, the constitution of a person is mind, body, and soul. And I believe that for a few reasons. I believe God works in threes. The Holy Trinity. This is God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost. Right? In many ways, God works in threes. So I believe that there is a mind, a soul, and a body. No, that could be, that's religion, you know. It's like, you don't have to take that as, I always give this disclaimer because I know some people don't believe in religion. They think it's a bunch of hooey booey, and that's all fine. I think there is evidence. Like, no one can deny the Bible as a book that actually exists. You can deny what's written on it to be true or not, but you cannot deny that the Bible is a book that is 2,000 years old that still remains yet tonight. It still exists. Now, my boss, I was working one time at a restaurant. I was doing graveyard, and we were talking about religion, whatever it was, and he told me, if you can't believe a book that is 2,000 years old, what can you believe? He said this to me. I was like, I never forgot those words. I know I went on a long spiel there, and I'm sorry. But I do enjoy talking about things like this. Now, what I'm saying is not medical advice, or I'm not telling you how to live your life. I'm talking from a place of, these are things that I've learned from others. These are things that I've learned for myself, from myself. And a lot of what I talked about are things that I've learned from other people who are smarter than me and who knew better than me, had more information than I did. And people are like, oh, like this happened to me the other day, which I thought it was very funny. I was giving a cool quote to a friend of mine. We were talking, and I was giving them a cool quote, and they were like, "Ah, oh, you didn't think of that. Oh, that's not your quote." I was like, "No, that's not my quote." So, and it's like, but they said it in a way that came off as you shouldn't use that, or at least that's my perceived part of it. But she was like, it was like saying like, oh, you're not smart enough to come up with that, and you're just saying what other people said. Wait a minute. It's almost like they're ridiculing me for that, right? But wait a minute. Wait a second. Isn't all knowledge passed down? Wait a second. So when you go to school, you shouldn't learn from your teachers then? Or you shouldn't use what your teachers teach you because it's not your knowledge? Should we really be ridiculing people for that? Like, people are like, and this happens especially on YouTube. I've seen comments on YouTube, like, if you're scrolling through shorts and there's like a cool passage or a cool quote, and they're like, oh, stop pretending to be this guy. This guy's the one who said this. You're just imitating. Me as a human being, I cannot perceive that as a plausible, like, criticism, personally. Wait, knowledge is meant to be, well, because those people, the reason those people are saying that is because they're putting ego into it. They think that you're doing it because you're trying to be that person, or they perceive it that way, right? They're like, oh, you're just trying to sound cool using someone else's work. That's what they think. That's what's bugging them. That's why they said that rude comment, because they don't want you to take the credit for something that someone else said that's wrong. And then every now and then, you have someone like this in your life, one of the people that I call the arbiters of truth. And I personally have had a very difficult time with such people that have this mindset, which there's a lot of people like this, and I'm not better than anyone. I'm not saying these people are undeserving of love. I'm not saying they're the worst kind of people in the world. I'm just saying they have this quality or flaw to them. They have this quirk to them, let's put it that way. And that quirk is that they need to stand judge to everything that happens. I have someone in my family exactly like this. Extremely hard to deal with people like this. Like, everything you do, you need to be judged, and there needs to be a court sentence, there needs to be a sentence, there needs to be a court session, and then there needs to be a judgment passed. You can't just say something. Like, for example, like the quote. You say a quote. That's not your quote. That's not your quote. There's someone that said that quote. I judge you that you are using someone else's quote. Like, what does that matter? The point, I'm trying to get a point across to you, using the knowledge that I have or that I might have gotten from somewhere. Yes, I'm trying to get a point across, and you're perceiving it as me trying to look cool or trying to steal something from someone, when I'm just trying to get a point across. You know what I mean? It becomes very difficult. No, I'm not saying that people don't use quotes to sound cool and use other people's work. In art, this happens a lot, where people steal other people's art and take credit for it. I'm not advocating for that. I think that's completely wrong. That's scummy and shouldn't be done. It's unfair. We gotta be careful here. Because an art piece is something that was done with the work labor of someone that was completed. A quote is kind of the same, but a quote is not something you can... you can trademark it. You can. There's some quotes that are trademarked. You can, but I don't think that's the right way to go. It's important. It's interesting because I don't necessarily can put into words what it is about it that I distinguish it. Why is it different from a drawing? I'd have to think about it, why I feel that way. I'd have to think about it. It's interesting because a drawing is something you've completed. You put work into, and someone is claiming that they're lying about it, right? And I think that's where it is. They're lying about it being they're lying about it being their work. Whereas when you're sharing a quote, you're not necessarily lying that that is your work. You can perceive it as that, right? I guess. You could perceive it as that. I think that's where the judgment comes. But you'll see these kind of people in your life a lot. Like people that just... Everything you do, there must be a judgment passed. There cannot be no mercy. There cannot be no exceptions. This has been done. A ruling must be had. No one can get away with this. Even the smallest thing. But in my personal life, I know someone I love. I love this person. But I know that the little slightest thing I do or say, there needs to be a judgment attached to it, right? The truth must come out, so to speak. And this usually comes from people who were harmed. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is very important. You know, you most likely can tell who someone is by what they hate the most. What they criticize the most is probably what they are. It's projection. No, I'm not saying that, like, for example, this is a great example that I love. Like, so for example, usually men that criticize other gay men tend to be gay secretly themselves. Okay? So people that ridicule gay people a lot and make it like really public and they make a big show about it and they want everyone to know that they think that gay people are silly or whatever the hatred they have towards gay people, right? But they secretly are gay. Now understand this, that you will project that which you hate within yourself. That is classic projection. And you might think that, nah, that doesn't happen to me. I'm not like that. Don't be naive. Do not be naive. If there is something... No, listen, there's caveats to this, okay? It doesn't mean like, oh, I hate crime. Therefore, does that mean that I'm a criminal? No. That's why you gotta do self-work, okay? You know, I hate people who harm others, and I never harmed anyone, and I don't want to harm anyone. Does that mean that I want to harm people deep inside? No, you can truly just dislike something. You can truly just dislike something, but there's no confusion there. That's the thing. This is being silly because you know that you don't like that. There's a certainty there. You've never done it before. Now, when you want to question yourself is like when, for example, this person is I hate this person because this person is gay, for example. Let's say that way. The same example. The reason you want people to know that you hate it, and you yourself know that you yourself are attracted to men if you're a man in that case, right? You know you're attracted to men, but that's why you got to make sure people see that you hate them. Because you're not trying to show anyone that you hate him. You're trying to tell yourself that you hate him. Because in the secrecy of your own mind, you're safe. You can think whatever you want. In your own mind, you can think of all types of crimes and not go to jail for it. So long as you don't do it, you can commit all kinds of crimes in your head. Never go to jail for it. Why? Because you didn't do it. You just thought it. No one knows about it if you don't tell them. Same thing in your head. So here's the thing. You are allowed to be yourself when you're at peace. Is what that means, right? So those people are allowed to be themselves so long as I'm in secrecy, and secrecy means peace. It means no one's going to judge me, and it means I don't have to be hated, and it means I don't have to feel guilt and shame over what I feel, right? Because it's usually guilt and shame. Now, here's the caveat. The more you judge those who do the thing that you are projecting, the more you become it. Isn't that messed up? Think about it. Isn't that messed up? Difficult, huh? Hello, Calyrex. How are you? Super messed up. It's almost like we're genetically constructed to sabotage ourselves. Everything we do is almost like we're trying to actually make ourselves miserable. Like we're designed to want to be miserable. And that's why so many people don't make it. Because they keep falling into the same traps. I keep falling into the trap of procrastination. Time and time again. Now, my parents would look at me and say that I'm lazy. That's the extent of their knowledge. I look at myself and I see someone who is scared. Now, laziness comes from a place of gratification and not doing. Procrastination, not necessarily. Procrastination can come from a place of fear. Procrastination can come from a place of insecurity. Procrastination can come from a place of a lack of knowledge. Laziness per se, the bad quality of it that is spoken in the Bible and all these places, comes from a place of gratification. What does that mean? Let me put it into layman terms. That means that you're happy that you are not doing jack squat. You are happy that you sit in bed and you're just happy that you didn't do jack anything. That could be a sloth, exactly. That could be attributed to sloth. When it comes to more procrastination, it usually there's a guilt, there's a fear associated to it, which means I want to do this, but there's something in me that doesn't like, I can't move. I'm paralyzed. It's not that I'm not happy about this. I want to move, but I can't. This is different. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, friend. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to the viewers. Who am I talking to? This guy. I'm talking to the viewers. There's a big difference there. There's a big difference. I don't think that's why, like, but to the outside world, people just perceive me as lazy because why didn't you do this or that, you know? Because I have a lot of trauma, I have a lot of fears associated. I'm not saying that's an excuse. I'm saying that's the reason why I have a failure to initiate. Very common problem with today's youth. And I'm not exactly necessarily today's youth. I'm kind of old. Difference between can't and won't. Perfect. You said it better than I could ever say it. Yep. You said it better than I can ever say it. What do you think of people with Williams syndrome? Just wondering. I'm not familiar with Williams syndrome. I'm sorry. But that's a good question. I can look it up now. I'm not familiar, though. I am not a doctor. I just talk about things. If you want to help me, if you want to educate me, go for it. I'd love to learn about it. Williams syndrome people are fantastic? How come I never heard about this? You seem wise. I don't know everything. Like, for example, I didn't know what Williams syndrome is, but it sounds familiar, but I couldn't define it to you. I could sit here and pretend, but honestly, I just don't know. I'd have to look it up. Let's see what it is. Let me look it up. You seem like a guy who's been through a lot and came with a ton of wisdom. I definitely describe myself in that way. I definitely don't... I think that, but I don't come from a place to be... And I'm not trying to virtue signal here, but I am glad that I've learned what I learned. And when I talk about it, I'm not trying to sound smart. I'm really coming from a place that it helped me, and I hope it helps someone. Like, that's truly where it comes from. I'm not, like, here sitting like, see how smart I am? Give me credit, give me credit. Like, honestly, it's like, dude, I know what it's like to be in a place where your mind is, like, just screwing you over time and time and time and time and time and time and time again. I know how much that sucks, dude. And if I can help people and, like, say, hey, man, look, I learned this, I learned that, it makes me happy, dude. Maybe it's selfish of me to think that, but it just makes me happy to give that knowledge to people. They might not have it, and they might think I'm wrong but that's just how I feel about it. Williams syndrome is a rare genetic neurodevelopment disorder caused by microdeletion of chromosome 7. It's characterized by cardiovascular disease, unique facial features. Oh. Ah, I know what it is, but I didn't know it for its name. Oh. Yeah, I've heard of this. I mean, it's just people, man. I mean, there's someone that has a genetic mutation. That's it. I mean, I don't think less or more of them. Think of people who are in Pokemon Scat, not me asking for a friend. Pokemon Scat. That's random. Why do you ask that? Dun, dun. That's... You don't get the humor? I'll tell you what, you know one that people criticize me a lot with? I kind of understand where you're coming from, Calyrex, because when I I don't like SpongeBob, and as a kid I had access to SpongeBob, like at the show, and I never... No, I'm not laughing at people with Williams syndrome. I'm laughing because I'm thinking about SpongeBob. That's why I'm laughing. No, I'm not laughing at people with Williams syndrome. Not that kind of guy. That'd be ridiculous. That'd be ridiculous. Nah, you're good, Calyrex. We respect you, whatever you look like, my friend. Whoever you love, whatever you love, whatever you want to love, I respect you. That's all there is to it. It's not my place to tell you who to be, what to be, when to be. I'm good with you, man. No problem. Am I American? What do you think I am? What do you think? Do I sound American to you? I never, trying to help your friend adjust to his kink? I mean, if you're... I don't know what to do about that. I mean... If your friend likes what they like, I mean... you know? I think it's... I don't think it's the right thing to try to change people. You know? You want to inspire them, but don't... I don't think anyone's gonna appreciate you going into their life and being like, you shouldn't be this, or you shouldn't do that. You want to inspire them, and inspire them. Inspire them to not want it, that's fine. Like, share your opinion, live by the example, show them your example. But at the end of the day, to get in someone's face and say, you shouldn't like this or that, I'm not, I wouldn't do that, personally. That's just me. I never got the humor behind SpongeBob. and people always get surprised. Would you date someone with Woodland syndrome? I don't know. It depends on what kind of person they are. Do I love them? What's their personality? Are they a good person? Are they a bad person? Are they aware? Are they not aware? Are they? Depends on what kind of person they are. All right, Calyrex. I think we've had enough of you, don't you think? what are you? Are you trolling or are you serious? That I don't know. I don't know what's up with you, my man. Are you trolling or are you serious? Because if you're trolling, you're just wasting your time. I'll go. Have a safe trip, my friend. Bum, ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-bum. If you want to stay, don't leave wanting to stay. But if you want to leave, by all means, I encourage you. But if you want to stay, just stay. You want to say, but I think I'm a troll? No, I'm asking if you're a troll. I didn't say I thought that. I mean, I'm asking because of the way you're asking questions is coming across a bit trolly. That's why I'm asking. You didn't say you weren't, so. And if you're not, just say you're not, and then we can get over it. Isn't that right, Carl? How are you, Carl? Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in, Curly boy. What are you up to, Carl? Going to work, buddy? That time again. Dun, da, da, da. Yep, going in. I'm going in. I was wrong about my prediction. My prediction was 833.34. We're almost at 1,000. I think we'll reach 1,000 tonight, almost certainly. Yippity dee doo. Yippity dee doo. Carl, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love me? I'm just gonna put it in those terms. Validify me. Holy cow, that is an insane question to ask someone live on stream. They don't trigger me, bro. You know, Jeff, I couldn't care less in terms of that. It's not triggering to me, man. They want to mock me, go ahead. You're the one wasting your time trying to mock me, because for one, doesn't move me in any way, shape, or form. And you're the one using your time to chase me, so keep chasing me, buddy. Doesn't affect me one bit. Spicy Gaming 11, my favorite number. You knew it was my favorite number, didn't you? That's my favorite number. That's an insane thing. People are crazy. I get asked the craziest things here sometimes. You had to see if it was true? Yeah, because you were on the YouTube side. How are you, Jeff, by the way? You were on the YouTube side? Ah, dude, we've had people come in here with the N-word, and like there was a YouTuber, I think this was the most egregious one I've seen. There's a YouTuber that passed away, of famous, I forget his name now. But there was I didn't know who they were until I looked it up at the time that this happened. But they were dropping a name and saying like, I'm glad this person, effing N-word person died. And I'm like literally typing this in the chat, and I'm like, holy. I had to look up the person because I didn't know. Like, some people in the stream knew who the person was. And apparently it was a famous YouTuber that was in an accident and passed away. But yeah, people will say the most unbelievable, disgusting things you could ever imagine. Especially on the internet, right? There's no consequence in the internet. The internet just reveals people for their evil. That's all it is. Some people are glad to be evil. They like it. They relish in it. They like Yeah, I've had some spam the N-word. Yeah, I've had people spam the N-word as well. Yeah, it happens quite often. Because they know that that word means something to people. They know that they know that it hurts. They know it's divisive. So they want to say it because these people are intentionally trying to hurt, right? This is people that are severely mentally ill, and they don't realize, they don't think they don't think they need to fix themselves. They don't think that it's necessary. They think it's righteous because their life is messed up. Everybody gets to suffer with me. Now the problem with that is that person, it's much like an addiction to anything. Like it's much like an addiction to drugs, pornography, drinking, all like that. Like, yeah, you get satisfaction from it, but it only lasts you a little bit. You'll be back at being miserable after it's over. That's why they keep going back. You know? You're still here? Oh, good for you, my friend. Good for you. I always love having people here, man. If people are here to troll, that's all I'm saying. I got no time, no patience for it. Just go troll someone else. There's plenty of people online. There's people that'll accept your trolling. I'm not here for it. I don't have the patience. I'm not here to babysit anyone. You want to hang out with us, have a good time, ask questions, that's fine, but But yeah, all kinds of addictions out there that are addiction is difficult to deal with because addiction is the solution, right? How do you convince someone that the solution to their pain is what's harming them? In the case of alcohol, like a lot of people that use alcohol is to forget the pain that they have in their own life, right? How do you convince someone to let go of the thing that is healing them, so to speak? Very difficult, right? How do you convince someone that, you know, you don't have to keep drinking or doing drugs to forget your problems? It's a very, 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 very difficult thing because in their mind, it's healing, it's not hurting. And even if they perceive it as, even if they see it as harming themselves in the long run, they will still do it because they still get the satisfaction out of it. Now, this is a double-edged sword and extremely difficult because yes, you get momentarily satisfaction only to go back to square zero in the end. So you love me. I'm addicted to you, Jeff. Mm-hmm. 8-7. Here we go. Jeff, I'm addicted to you. When are you living? When are you leaving, Jeff? You got a date down? When are you leaving? We might be looking at 2,000, 3,000 here. We're getting close to 1,000. We'll get to 1,000 tonight, but We'll get to 1,000 tonight. Oh my god, really, Jeff? Ooh. Oh, shoot. What did you say? What did you say, Jeff? Well, I mean, now she knows, right? Uh-oh. What did you say to her? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She said, these the ones your dad used because it doesn't work. So she knows. Well, she probably knew, right? Moms, they have that sixth sense, man. They just know this crap. I had that happen to a friend. It was a similar situation that happened to a friend. His mom was not very happy though, like at all. Like it was a big fight and I had to leave. What's up, Mark? Welcome in. Another one bites the dust. Yeah. 879. Another one bites the dust. Almost at 900. You think anyone got this below 1,000? I don't think so. I don't think anyone got this below 1,000. Very unlikely, right? What's up, Sean? She just, do you have a girlfriend? Or she's like, oh, you must have a girl. Do you have a girlfriend, Jeff? Are you back with your ex or something? Are you back with your ex? Don't say it. I will not accept it. It's you, silly? Well, I know I have long hair, but Jesus. Ah, that actually made me laugh. Okay. Why, thank you, then. Thank you. Why, thank you. Is your mom watching the stream then? Did you tell her about the stream? You tell her about the streams and all that? Tell her, did you tell her how we met? Oh, you keep denying, but she knows. Shiny hunting. One of the beauties of life. Oh, life. Ooh la. Ooh la. Do 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 do. Life. Ooh life. Ooh life. Ooh life. Ay, ay, ay. The second time they embarrassed me, first time I decided to fall out, hit the floor, and the plug out. I mean, it's not really an embarrassment. Like nowadays, so many people do it nowadays. Like, I don't think it's. All my friends had them in their. All my friends had them in their wallets too. All of them. I don't think I have a single friend that doesn't do it. Actually, there's one. I just remembered. I got one friend. That's it. All my friends, all the people I know do it. I'm used to it. Like, if I were to see something like that, it would be like seeing a dollar bill or something. I'm like, that's just me. I don't think people care much about it, you know. Oh. Okay, well, I guess it depends on what kind of people it is. If it's like older people or children. He said, go get him, Tiger." What a cool dude. Dude, what a cool dude. And this is when you restore like faith in humanity. This is when you just bypass the bullcrap people. And you come into the cool part of people. Some people are just awesome, dude. We need some contrast, right? If everyone is just a piece of garbage, we're screwed. Another one. Jeff, did I tell you about the story when I had when I accidentally ate edibles? Did I tell you about that story? Did I tell you about the story when I accidentally ate edibles? Yes. Oh, I told you. It's one of the funniest stories in my life. I wanted this Deoxys to shine in a different color. It's a red tomato Deoxys, but I wanted a yellow lemon Deoxys. Oh, Deoxys, oh, Deoxys, be a lemon Deoxys. Whoa, Deoxys, please be a lemon. Na 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 na. When this thing turns on yellow, I'm gonna faint over the side of my chair and break my face. I'm gonna go to the hospital. I don't want you to worry. I'm just gonna try to not fall, but if I do, don't be worried. I'm gonna be okay, cause I got a Deoxys. Whoa, Deoxys, Deoxys, do 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 do. I got a yellow Deoxys, Deoxys, did it. When my tentacles are yellow, I'm gonna throw a party, cause I love them so much. I'm gonna be so happy. And when you see me dancing, you're gonna wanna dance along. Cause my yellow Deoxys is gonna be here for the long run. Oh, I want my yellow Deoxys. Do 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 do. I'm getting way into this. Like, I'm like a hype dude. Like, if I start singing and dancing and stuff, it just like keeps getting worse. I just get more and more hyped. instead of like losing energy, I just start gaining energy. I have to stop myself because at some point I'm gonna start doing cartwheels. I just like, gradually hype myself to the point that I jump myself into the moon. I just launch myself into the moon. So much hype based on hype power. They're trying to get space rockets into Mars, and now all you need is hype power, bro. Get me in there. Give me a good song, and I'll fuel the thing all the way to the moon. Minions tonight, the moon. Did you guys know that? This is an interesting fact. Did you know that crime throughout the years, every time it's been observed that there is more crime during a full moon? People are more disposed to anger and crime during a full moon. This is like a statistic. Days that are full moons, which is, you know, not very common. Cycle of the moon lasts a month, right? Life. Oh, life. Oh, life. Oh, life. I love that song. I always loved that song since I was a kid. Anyone knows that song? I feel like not a lot of people know that song. Yeah, people are more prone to. There's more likely for there to be violent crime in a. I think it's violent crime, like actually, like people being unalived anywhere in the world during a full moon. Do you think it has anything to do with? I mean, it could be astrology. There could be an astrological. Everyone is just aware of. That's what I was thinking. Do you think it's because people like everybody's heard of stories of werewolves? So in the unconsciousness of people, somehow that retained? Do you think it has something to do with that? Because we as human beings in our brains, we have our consciousness, our subconsciousness, and then our unconsciousness. Now the unconsciousness, there's stuff in there that we don't realize is there, right? And they act and they make decisions for us that we don't realize that those decisions are being influenced by what is in your mind, that which you cannot reach or perceive or remember or think of because you don't realize it's there. Therefore, the unconscious. So you're not conscious of the existence of it. There are things within your brain, like usually trauma is stored there, right? Not all trauma, but traumatic things that you don't know exist within you. But that's the very academic. That's the very academic way of looking at it, right? Certainly the way that you're taught in college. You know, if you go to psychology, that's what they'll teach you, right? But I think there's more to it, you know. I think there's karma, I think there's spirit, I think there's more involved in it, and certainly there's a lot of people that believe that as well and live through that as well. Life. We're closing in on 1,000 here, boys. That wasn't it, was it? I don't think that was it. If that was it, I'm gonna... Ooh. I don't think that was it. I don't think so. Yo. I was just remembering something really sad that happened to me. Huh. Nothing. Oy. One more. 909, guys. 909 on the dollar store. 909. You ever go to a Dollar Tree or something like that? Mother fluffers, nothing costs $1 anymore. It's all like $5 now. Not even like a scrub daddy. Nothing costs $1 anymore, even like at dollar store. We're screwed 3 ways from friggin' Baghdad. There has to be $9.99. Not always. It's not always. Not everything there. Do you go to the dollar store often, Jeff? I mean, as a college guy, I'd imagine that you live off of ramen and tuna cans and sardine cans. Maybe not. But that is definitely the experience of some college kids I know. I do not live on ramen. You sure about that? Are you sure about that? Gotcha, Jeff. Gotcha. I knew it. Gotcha, Jeff. Gotcha. I just knew it. I just freaking knew. How did I know? Just ask me. Frosty, how did you know? Frosty, my lord. Frosty, my one and only. You tell me, Frosty, how you knew. I'll tell you how I know. Living on rice? More or so than living on rice? Really? Do you eat rice with, Do you eat rice with chopsticks or no? Do you eat rice with chopsticks or no? I just want to know. Do you... It's such a troll question. It's like... This is the kind of questions I get from trolls on YouTube. I'm getting that troll brain, dude. Do you... Like, people come in here out of nowhere and they're like... Do you wrap... When you wrap your paper, do you start from the left or from the right? This is the kind of stupid questions people ask me. Like, my stupid question is... Jeff, do you eat with chopsticks or with a fork? If you feel Asian that day, yes. What's your ethnicity, Jeff? You're not Asian, are you? Vietnamese. Ah, beautiful. Vietnamese. Ah, Vietnam, eh? Wow. Vietnamese. Isn't that cool? Da 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 da. Ba-da-da-da-dum-bum. I just had an idea. I've been thinking, Jeff, let me know what you think. I've been thinking of buying chopsticks. One of the things, this is silly. I don't have to do that. Like, I totally get it. But when I went to Japan some years ago, and one of the things that fascinated me the most was learning to eat with chopsticks. It's one of the things that like fascinated me so much. And ever since I came back, when I came back, I was eating with chopsticks. Everybody was making fun of me. And eventually I fell off it. But I truly had a passion for it. I don't know what it is. It's kind of like a puzzle for me. I don't know. It's like I'm eating with chopsticks. It's like, it's cool. It's like, it makes eating fun, I guess. You're eating, you're just trying to be ergonomic. It's like you got a fork so you can scoop as much as you can. You're just trying to be, makes sense, right? But like for me, like eating with chopsticks it just makes it fun. And I wanted to eat with chopsticks. And now I'm getting that craze again lately. I've been thinking about it lately. I sit there in bed and I'm like, man, I gotta buy a pair of chopsticks, and I'm just gonna use those mother fluffers to eat. I don't care if people make fun of me. I'm doing it for myself. Really, it was in the blood, huh? Actually, I don't ever remember learning how to eat with chopsticks. I just picked up one day, and I don't even think my parents taught us how to use the chopsticks. It was just passed down. It's just in the blood, huh? That's crazy. Dude, just buy a pair of plastic chopsticks that are reusable. Yeah, like plastic chopsticks. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy like can't you buy like the wooden ones that are, there's wooden ones that you can reuse, right? They have like a lacquer, like, I don't know if it's lacquer, but they have like a finish that makes them look plasticky or something. Or maybe I'm wrong. But the plastic ones you can reuse for sure. Oh, you can buy bulk of the wooden ones and you can just throw them away. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to do that. Nah. Yeah, I'll just buy the reusable one. It's so much better. Do you Do Vietnamese people traditionally use chopsticks or not so much? Excuse my ignorance. I'm a little ignorant to the culture. Do Vietnamese people traditionally use chopsticks? I mean, it is around that area, um that southern, eastern, southeastern, there you go, area of the world. With the exception of Australia, everybody in that area is mostly, well, deriven from the Chinese, because the Chinese were the predominant race back in the day, and they spread all over. Proliferated, I guess. It's a preference. My parents leans towards chopsticks. Okay. Oh, you don't unless it's noodles. Ah, okay. So the spaghetti, you don't twirl the spaghetti. You just chopstick it. Got it. Now, when you hold your chopsticks, let me show you something cool. When you hold your chopsticks, I don't know if this is how you do it, but let me try to show it to you as much. See that? When you hold your chopsticks, do you set it on your fingers like that, and then actually grab it like a pencil like this. Grab it like a pencil like this. And then you use this finger, the ring finger, use it to support, and then you just go up and down with that one, like this. Is that how you do it? Do you grab it like a pencil, and then you don't move the bottom chopstick, it's just the top one that moves like that? Is that how you do it, or... That's how people teach me how to do it, but it's not comfortable for me for some reason. That's how they taught me to do it, but... Jeff is like, how do I hold this? Wait a minute, how do I grab my chopsticks? Let me conduct an experiment here. Let me find out. Let me go find out real quick. Huh. Yeah. Dude, lately, you guys are not gonna believe me. This is kind of crazy, but lately I've been having like some supernatural stuff happening in my room, and it just happened right now. So you guys didn't hear it or see it, but I just saw it. Like, I don't think much of it, and I don't get scared or concerned about it or anything. I don't. But like, these supernatural things have been happening in my room. Like, I'm sitting here, and like, I'll have like, if I have like a bottle of water or something on top of like my game shelf back there, and sometimes I drink water, and I just came back in the room, I just set it there, and then I throw it away. And there was one night I left it there overnight, and I wasn't asleep, I was just in bed, and the bottle is just sitting on the shelf. And it just like tips over by itself. It just like falls on the ground. That was the first incident I had. The other night I was also like, there was what did I have? Oh, it's this bottle here. This is my bottle where I store, like, it's a thermo bottle, whatever you call it. And I also had it up, and then all of a sudden, like, nothing's moving, right? There's no wind, there's no nothing. And all of a sudden, the bottle just like violently tips over. Like, you know when a bottle tips over, if it falls like naturally, it makes a little sound. But if you like smack it to the ground, it just like makes a bunch of noise. That's how it fell. It felt like something like smacked it. And I'm sitting there, and then I've had other instances. Now today, it just happened right now. I have a bottle cup, the bottle cap from this bottle. All of a sudden was sitting there on this. I got this little table to the side of me where I set my remote and my bottle or whatever. It was just sitting there, and all of a sudden, like a chess piece, it just moved side to side like this. Like just now. Like just now. I just saw it live. You know when you're playing checkers and you move one piece to the, like you move one piece like this? Shh. It was exactly like that. It's a flat bottle cap lying there on the table, and it just went like shh. I literally just seen it move. And I've just been like, what the living spirit in this room is going on here? And lately, like since like it's been a month or so now that I've been witnessing these weird phenomena, like things moving on their own. Like I've never seen anything like float or like poltergeist level of things, but like I definitely always catch things like I barely catch them falling over or moving or. Basically, my middle finger goes inwards towards my ring finger to grab something and outward to release. Ah. So, okay, so your middle finger goes inwards towards your ring finger. So like this. Grab something outward to... Okay, so like that. Right? Like that. Like that, right? Interesting. Oh, you sent a photo. Oh, okay. Yeah. That helps a lot. Yeah, let me check it. Hell yeah. That's smart. Oh, shoot. Oh, that's how you hold them. Ah. Sorry, brother. Dude, I was just curious. Yeah, I've never seen anyone hold them like that. But that's very similar to how I hold them. That is very similar to how I hold them myself. Oh, interesting. That is freaking awesome. That is freaking awesome. Made me get out of bed. I'm sorry. Go back to bed, you lazy bum. Go back to bed, you lazy bum. That's just, yeah, you weren't like properly taught. Like there's some people that play the piano. Like when you're playing the piano, they teach you to, like you go ding, 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 ding. And then they teach you to like go to 3 and then cross over. Like 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. And then you cross over your thumb to the next one, then 3, and then cross over again. Like that's the professional way that they teach you, right? But there's piano players out there that learn their own style. They don't use like the what people would call the proper way, I guess. And they're still great pianists, so I mean, I guess the end result is what matters. If you get the job done and you get it done good, like who cares how you're holding it, right? No one's gonna complain about it. In fact, it might become quite charismatic to people that you do it differently than anyone else. If anything, it just gives you more personality, it makes you look cool. Louise is playing Hades. Never touched that game, Hades. I've seen footage of Hades, but I've never really played it myself. Yeah, for me it was by sight too. I actually hold it kind of like, I don't know if you know what a fulcrum is. So when you're learning drums, this is kind of how I learned to hold chopsticks on my own, because the way that they were teaching me just wasn't coming natural to me. So when you have a drumstick, a fulcrum would be that right there. It is where you can have the stick kind of like move, but still be stable. That's your fulcrum. See that? I'm just holding it with one finger. That would be your fulcrum. So usually you have to find that with a drumstick. Usually if you have a drumstick, you have to... See, my fulcrum is around there, right? See that? You want it to be at the place where you can kind of like look at how like it kind of looks like a noodle. It seems like it's warping. That's kind of like your fulcrum to like play to hold the stick, right? And I kind of use the same way I learned how to play the drums and hold the stick. It's kind of how I hold my chopsticks. I kind of went with I kind of went with that. I used the drum premise to learn it. You've been a percussionist for 4 years. What kind of percussion are you playing with? What kind of percussion, Jeff? Give me details. I guess you could consider me a percussionist too. I mean, I play the drums. Yeah, that's percussion. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. When you know that you know that you knew you could know. 'Cause we don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore. Ah, Malays. Is that winning a competition for them? Ah. How do you feel about the drums? Like a drum set, an acoustic drum set. Do you feel a certain way towards that? I don't know. I fell in love with the first drum set I ever seen was a Pearl Export XLT. I think it was an XLT. It was the first drum set I've ever seen. It was a red Pearl Export. I fell in love with that thing so quickly. You could pick up a drum set, but it's not your go-to. I fell in love with the Yamaha marimba. I want one in my house, but have you heard of a steel drum? Like a, have you seen those dudes? Like, it's this drum. It's this drum that has like these indentations, and you tap and it goes ding ding dong ding dong ding 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 dong dong. It's like really soothing freaking sounds. You ever seen one of those? You played one? But God. Those things sound so good. Sometimes I'll have them like I'll have like it in the background playing. I love the sound. I'd like to get one. I don't even know how much would a steel drum be? Like $200 maybe? Perhaps something to that effect. Let's see. Yeah, $200. I guess a kind of like your regular one would be like $200. Yeah. Like they could go up to. There's one there for $1,000. I'm not doing that. You were in a band, Jeff? You shut up. You're not in a band, Jeff. I know you're cool, but you're not that cool. You were in a band? We got first in marimba solos for 3 years at Texas. Marching band and drumline for 4 years in high school. So you really like it, huh? Marimba solos. Hot dang. Dude, I have so many experience. I was in 4 bands myself. We did some big concerts. I've been in a big stage before. I wouldn't say the biggest stage like but it was a medium stage. You know, it was a local town thing, a local city thing, and they had a big stage, and we were invited to play. At the time our band was, we were catching some wind, man. We were like, yeah, we're going out of town and we were catching some wind, and we went to a somewhat big stage. It was about like I'd say maybe 800, maybe 1,000 people in the crowd. And it wasn't like crazy, you know. It's not like 30,000 people, but you know, maybe 800 people. I'd say if I had to guess, maybe around 800 people. It was the biggest gig I did, and yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I created my own solos my freshman year of marimba to Fur Elise. Wow. Dang. I want to look at a marimba solo right now. You want to look at that, Jeff? Let's look at a marimba solo. Now I'm curious. Because this thing's not shiny anyways, and I still got an hour to burn. Let's see. Created my own... Wow. Let's listen to a marimba solo here. Maybe I'll find you, Jeff. Here we go. That shiny? Not shiny. I gotta mute everything else. Playing Oh, do you want me to look that one? Yo, Cramey, thank you so much.
Hey,
Craniums. Frogs by Cabo Abe. Okay, you want me to look that one up? Frogs by, what's his name? Cabo Abe. Oh, it's Lindsay. Aha! Hi, Lindsay. Okay, here we go. You ready for this? Kevin Bobo Marimba. You gonna play her? I want it to be where the chatters are. Oh, they're on the other... They're on the other YouTube, by the way. Where Jeff is the other YouTube. We got 2 YouTube lives. That sounds like something... That sounds like frogs hopping around. That's a great name for this solo. I can feel like frogs coming from this solo. It sounds like there's cartoon frogs jumping all over the place. Dude, managing the two sticks like that, you have to like twist your freaking. That's so cool. And the way that he's holding the sticks is kind of crazy. He has a stick, like, holy shoot. He has one of the sticks, he's holding it like that. Like in between his ring finger and pinky finger. What the fudge? He has two sticks on each hand, by the way, for those who don't know. If I remember everything, it was in triplets and 190 BPM in the beginning. That sounds like triplets. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. But at a higher pace. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. You remember your blisters from... Yeah, that'll mess you up. Like, as a drummer, I don't... I mean, you can if you want, but... Also, I've never really had to hold a stick like that. You definitely... You could if you wanted to. La da 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 da. Do you still have them? Still have them blisters. There's blisters on my fingers. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break here because I need to go pee and stretch my legs, and I've been holding my pee for way too long lately. Well, when I stream, at least. That's not good for my pee. It's not good for my pee. I don't want to get an infection or something like that for holding my pee. Did you know you could get a UTI from... If your pee goes... Like, if when you pee... Well, as a man. I don't know about as a woman, but... You get a UTI if your pee goes down your, what's the name of that thing? Down your canal, you know? There's a name for that canal. I forget what it was. Urethra? Yeah, I think it's urethra. If it goes down your urethra, it could cause an infection. It's crazy. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Dun, dun, dun. Another one. We're almost at 1,000. Get to 69, we'll take a break, come back, get back right into it. Hop right back in that horse. I got blisters in my fingers. Eh? This thing, it's impossible to make this thing. It's impossible to make this thing shiny. We're gonna go up to 3,000, aren't we? We're gonna go up to 3,000, guys. I have a feeling. I have a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. Most fun to play was Rain Dance. I love the namings of this, like, because when they actually play it, it sounds like what they named it. It's like, you can't really put... How do you explain to a deaf person that, like, what sound sounds like, you know? You can write it down for them. Be like, oh, it sounds like rain. It would be the perfect description. Rain dance. Yellow after the rain. Yellow after the rain? That sounds like an infection, dude. What the hell? Frogs and rain dance. Frogs, I heard frogs just now. That was fun. It's a very whimsical instrument, right? Very playful instrument. Like ding 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 ding. It's a very bright instrument, right? There's no dark notes in it. I mean, of course, the lower an octave you go, you'll find more doom doomsh, but nothing. Ba 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 da. Biggest dreamer. Ba da ba ba. La da 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 da. I'm a dreamer, biggest dreamer. Nothing. Dreams of Cherry Blossoms is so beautiful. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Dreams of Cherry Blossoms? Like I wanna listen to that one now. Dreams of Cherry Blossoms. What the fudge? That's the coolest name ever, dude. I'm gonna name my kid that. Dreams of Cherry Blossoms. Wow. Wow, that is so beautiful. In drums, you kind of have that. It's more difficult. You can tune toms to piano notes. You can do it if you want. This is what you should do. You know, at most. A lot of people don't know that toms have musical notes. Most people just go by... I feel like most people, like amateur drummers, just kind of... Maybe they're a really good drummer, but they just never got the knowledge. They just go by ear, you know? You can tune a guitar by ear and not really understand, like, what notes you're playing, I guess. You can be a good guitar player and not know the names of the notes you're playing. Like, it just... Because all you really need is to be able to hear the song and understand how do you create that sound in the guitar. You don't necessarily need to know what a sharp is or a flat is or a major or minor. You know, I don't need to know an E flat minor, whatever. I don't need to know what a C is or a D. I just need to know what it sounds like. And that would be good. And in a drum set, it's kind of like the same thing. If very interesting. I have a drum set of my dreams. I've been performing and singing professionally my whole life and I still can't read music. Yeah. It doesn't mean... Yeah, it doesn't mean... I can read music. I learned... Not with the drums. I learned to read... I can read a drum sheet. I learned to read a drum sheet. It's been a while since I've done this. I probably... I still remember the basics of it, but I probably have to practice more. But I learned to read music with the piano. I started reading piano musical sheets. I started off playing the piano because I really loved the piano, and then I wanted to learn more, so I started reading musical sheets. And it really helps your knowledge of the instrument. Like, if for you, Lindsay, you don't need it, but if you learned about it, it'll make you a better singer. You know, I think it'll make you a better singer. Just like, it won't hurt and it won't make you worse, you know? If anything, it could only make you a better artist. But again, I'm not saying you must, but I would if I were you. If it makes you feel better eyesight, read my music. Oh, Kibo Abe is known for hard, beautiful solos. Like, I would like to learn the marimba, but I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not an instrument that incites this excitement in me that I get, like, from the drums. Like, I genuinely love the feeling that I have when I'm playing the drums, right? It doesn't mean I want to do it all the time, but it does mean I can go at hours on it at end every day. You know? I just love the feeling. It's not just the physical feeling of it, like when you learn like a new lick, or when you learn a new, or you introduce a new rudiment in a way that you never had, or you explore a new rudiment. There's infinite possibilities to learn drum stuff. Like, not mostly, but recently I got really into gospel drumming, and also like blues, like more bossa nova blues, like jazz, and also the Brazilian batucada. Also into that. It's the like that's an example of it, but it's just doubles. It's a double kick drum every note. So one every two and every four. One e and the two e and the three e and the four e and you guys want to do a challenge? You guys ever heard of you guys know what a clave is? Let me read the definition. Have a great ear, do you? I can follow the line a little bit, but just straight read. Nope. I get it. So it's basically a clave is like a recognized like rhythm pattern, right? Like something. So like I was explaining there, like in the Brazilian style of I think that's a batucada. I might be wrong on the description, but it's like the I can't do the kick drum and snare at the same time with my mouth, but you get the idea. So a clave is just like a predetermined like rhythmic thing, like section. So if you think of, there's a thing that it wasn't me, but as an example that someone gave this example and I loved it, and they called it the football clave, which is basically it's basically when when you're in the stands and there's a football, like soccer, I call it football, but it's soccer match, and they go that would be an example of a clave, right? Like it's a set rhythm that you can identify right there and play. So as a drummer, you have to, a lot of times you need to be able to separate mind from body, so limb from limb, right? So like left hand separate from right hand, which is separate from left foot, which is separate from right foot. What does this mean? It's kind of like multitasking. It would be like trying to wash the dishes while cutting up onions, for example. Your one hand where you're washing the dishes, but the thing is you have to cut the onions precisely, and you also have to wash the dishes properly. So it's like, so you'd have to keep the rhythm on one hand and a different rhythm on a different hand. No, these are called polyrhythms, right? So in drums, you have to do this a lot, right? And not only with both your hands, but both your feet are also in, especially if you have like you have your hi-hat on your left foot, and then you have your kick drum on your right foot, right? So to practice this, if you use like the football clave, like I said, it would be, so you'd have to keep a click with your mouth, which would be a 1, 2, 3, 4. These are fourth notes, or you could go eighth notes, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. You go 16ths of 1E and a 2E and a 3E and a 4E and a 1E and a 2E and a 3E and a 4E and a, you go 23rd notes, 1E and a 2E and a 3E and a 4E and a 1E and a 2E and a 3 and a 4. So, but you want to keep it you can keep it at eighth notes. Usually is what people have easier time with. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So in a bar, you're playing 8 notes. Ta 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 ta. 1 bar. Ta 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 ta. At 1 bar. Ta 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 ta. 1 bar. Okay. So what you want to do is keep the metronome with your mouth. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, or you could do a click. And with your hand, this is gonna completely mess you up. You're not gonna do it first try. But on your hands, with your hands, you want to do the football clave while keeping the metronome with your mouth. So what you would do is, you get it? Even I can't do it anymore. I haven't practiced this in a while, but so you'd have to keep the time with your mouth and do the clave with your hand, and you need to keep the mouth precise. So the time needs to be precise. So you're basically playing a human metronome while playing something. This is extremely important for a drummer. Like click, 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 click. See, I messed it up. Click, 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 click. That part is hard. I haven't done it in a while, but I could do it very naturally. But it's difficult. A little bit of practice, you'll get there. Try to do that. You'll mess up like I did. You'll tend to go click, 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 because you wanna meet what your hands are playing, and that's exactly what you don't want as a drummer. You want to be able to make that separation of what I'm clicking with one hand or my mouth or my head needs to be different with what I'm clicking with the other hand with the other foot. So it's extremely difficult to be a drummer. You have to spend time on it. You have to understand. It's not just like, oh, like most of the drummers I knew, which no disrespect to them and no, like absolutely no hatred. It is what it is. You play what you want and do what you want whenever you want, however you want. But most of the drummers I knew, they didn't understand like what they were playing. They just played what sounded cool. Like they got this cool beat, like, you know, they're just going with that. It's like, and everybody's like, and then they have this cool like run around the kit, and people are like, oh my god, he's such a, whoa, what a crazy drummer. And then there's this dude like sitting here like completely playing this impossible drum rhythm and people are like, what is that? Oh, this is lame. Like when most people will listen to the drums, and unless they're listening to something like Slipknot, like that's, I don't see drums like that. That's not me personally. Again, I'm not hating anyone. I'm not saying this is wrong. You play what you want. I don't qualify a good drummer like that personally. I qualify a good drummer when this mother fluffer is keeping this polyrhythm like a mother fluffer. He's pulling ostinatos in a sensical way. You know, someone who understands the essence of the instrument, you know, and explores the instrument rather than
Because the drums is an instrument to be explored like any other instrument, right? You're playing the piano, you can invoke sadness in people, right? Or you can invoke joy, right? You can play a song ding 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 ding. You're invoking a sort of sadness, a subtle like tranquility, right? But then you can play something more upbeat. You know, like people are gonna dance. They're not gonna feel sad. Like, you know, when I was doing that, you're like, oh my god, like you're not like, ugh. You know, but if I played you're like okay. So you can, the drums is the same. Yeah, the drums doesn't have a melodic effect to it to the degree that a piano, a violin, or a guitar has. Yes, it's a different instrument. It's based on percussion, which is based at set time. Drums is the original instrument. If you think back to the animal kingdom, the way animals communicated, whether it be certain types of birds or even gorillas back in the time, is bang your chest, bang your beak on the wood, rhythm, right? Have you ever heard a song without a rhythm? You know, like think of your favorite song that is like a song that has drums. Remove the drums and tell me how you feel about that song. So let's not question the importance of drums just because they're not the most melodic instrument out there. Yes, that doesn't mean not being melodic as much as other, because it can be melodic, but not to the degree, obviously, let's not be stupid, not to the degree of a violin or not to the degree of a piano. However, that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that it's not an impressive, and you can do impressive and fantastic things and create beautiful sounds, rhythmic sounds with the drums. You made it in time for 1K? Yeah, apparently, yeah. So, the interesting part about drums is exploring in percussion in general. It's exploring the narrow avenue that you have with as much creativity as you can, right? What does that mean? The drums being an instrument that invokes rhythm rather than an instrument that invokes emotion in terms of sadness and the more darkest, because rhythm can invoke hype and epicness and like the, what's this word I'm thinking of, like that feeling to dance, right, for lack of a better descriptor there, a better adjective. So that's why I look at the drums and I think of, first of all, for me personally, I look at the architecture of it, right? Like, for example, you have different styles of drum playing, right? You got the bossa nova, you got the blues, you got the jazz, you know? You know, like and then you got like you got the punk rock, you know, and then you got your metal. You could go there. That's a style of music too. You know, I can't do a double kick with my mouth, but that wasn't exciting. No, it wasn't really exciting, but you know. But the point is how you culminate these together and how you introduce the sound. So you need to feel the flow of what people are listening and what you're listening, right? Because if you're doing a drum solo and you're literally sitting there and all you did was like this to me, this
This is one thing that is cool, and that's one thing that's cool, and that's that. Like there's nothing there that shows me that this drummer is exceptional in any way for me. Right? This is a dude that learned one thing and stuck to that thing. Now if you have a guy that goes sit that down, sit that down, something like that. It's hard to do with my mouth, but you get the idea. You see the difference in dynamic there? Like I only really explored like about 2 styles there, but you can really like go. That's a drummer to me. That's an exciting drum. So that's what I appreciate. So the architecture of it, right? Like respect the silences. The drum people usually drummers, amateur drummers do not respect the silences of the kit. Most amateur drummers don't know. They play ghost notes, but they don't know what ghost notes are. They only play it because it sounds good. Now, again, I'm not saying you're a bad drummer because you don't know these things. I'm saying you have more knowledge and you become better if you knew these things. You'd be a better drummer for sure. And you understand that you respect the kit a little bit more and respect that. I mean, respect is a hard word. I mean, but you can explore the kit beyond like a noisy instrument that just goes hardcore all the time, right? And that's what, if you're into drums, for you drums mean, is it like an average number of tries it takes? About 2,000 is what I've seen people mostly get it at. If I had to say, it's in the early thousands, so like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 1,000 is what I've seen normally people get it at, in that range. Well, if you respect the sound of the drum, right? Like even if you look at like a drum roll, you go. That's how you have 4 days. You have what is the name of? I forget how they. God damn, I'm getting old. But yeah, but that's why you have different levels. Even with your kick drum, you can go. You can add dynamism to the drum set. It doesn't have to be a one like everything is monotone like pa pa pa, and that's your one hit. No pa 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 do, 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 do. You know, like even your kick drum, like you can go if you do a kick drum like where you're like you know, but if you do like you know, you're adding an echo to it. You're adding like dynamism to it. You're adding some dynamic to it. You're respecting the silence. You're adding personality to what you're playing. Like most drummers, really, is what I've seen in my life. At least most drummers, they got that's their note, and they stay there and they play cool licks that I'm impressed by and I think are very cool and all that. And I'm not denying those, and I'm not saying they're not good drummers. I'm just saying they play cool stuff. I'm just saying, me personally, when I admire a drum solo or something like that, I look for those things personally, okay? Like where is the construction of, where's the idea, you know? And for some people, I feel like a lot of people see drums as, I feel like a lot of people play drums because they want to vent, get energy out of them, which is not out of themselves, which is because you're hitting something, right? There's some very primal, there's something very ooga booga about like this is hitting something, right? And the drums has that, right? So the drums is an instrument that brings a certain kind of people that no other instrument can bring, right? Like a dude that's playing the guitar is not going to be like socking his guitar or anything like that. You know, you have to have finesse. The drums, you can be a little bit scrappy. You can be scrappy with the drums, right? But with the guitar, you can be a little scrappy. You can be a little scrappy, but you still need that proficiency, that ding ding. But with the drums, some drummers don't really respect that about the drums, right? When I say respect, this is for a better word. You should play how you want to play. I keep saying that, but I really mean that. I'm not saying I'm a better player. I'm saying in my eyes, I appreciate someone who respects that rather than someone who doesn't. Right? So I feel like understanding the kit and understanding that the kit is more than just a one-stroke kit and it's just like to bang it out, you know. If that works for you, that works for you. For me to appreciate a drum solo, I look at technique, I look at composition, I look at yeah, I don't know what else, but yeah, those two things at the very least. Precision. I've done a drum solo in front of people, and I hit a rim shot, and it happens. That's precision right there, right? Technique, precision. It happens as a drummer. Like sometimes you hit a rim shot, you know. You're running through the toms and you clack your little click there. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not that bad, and you get up from it and you keep going, but definitely, definitely a fail. It's not supposed to be there. But there's no... I wouldn't say there's a conventional way to play, right? I'm sitting here saying, this is just what I appreciate. But I can also appreciate people that think outside of the box. Like, for example, one technique that I learned early on while playing the drums is, and this is something that I thought of myself, and I later on found out that actually other people do it too. Certain drummers do it too, which is when you hold a stick and you're playing your hi-hat, right? You're holding your stick like that and you're playing the hi-hat like this, like but if you want to do like 23rd notes or something like that, you can't move your wrist fast enough to go to... You can't move your... Let's do those BPMs to the number of notes per bar. You just can't. It's physically impossible. So what you do is you get creative with it. So what I do is I put the stick sideways like that, and then I just hit it like this, and I could double the strokes that I have. Look at that. I just doubled the number of strokes right there, right? So you can set your stick like that on top of the hi-hat and just go... I mean, it's a trick, man. This is not a professional technique or anything like that. It's something I thought of to double the notes per bar on my hi-hat. If I wanted to do something like that. You know? I do miss high school, playing football all at the football game. Those were so fun, and I have some videos I'm gonna send to you. Sure. I never played football. I mean, I was never into football. It was a violent sport for me. I'm not interested in running at full speed into people and knocking them down. I just never understood I don't get it. The people that like it, that's one thing. I mean, I respect it fully. I respect it a lot. For me, it's not my type of sport. I like to do some badminton, some fifi stuff, some non-manly stuff like that. Oh, you weren't a football player? You were playing the cymbals. It was me on cymbals. Oh, you were playing the cymbals. Oh. I thought you were playing on the field. You were a football player. Wait, am I getting this wrong, or? I do miss high school, playing at the football game. I'm the guy in the pink is in DMs? Oh, yeah, let me see. Let me see it. Let me see it. Oh, man, you going to town on those mother fluffers. Dude, I love your hair. What the fudge? Brother, I absolutely love your hair, dude. Dang, did you dye it like platinum white with the... Wow, that is sick. I love that. Bro's going to town with those symbols, bro. Jeff, you a sick mother fluffer, man. I tell you what. Darude Sandstorm? Wait, Darude Sandstorm? Darude Sandstorm, is that a... You were a blonde? Darude Sandstorm? Run me, explain that. You're gray and old. You're not that old. Oh, I'm not that old. All I wanna see is... I'm feeling so high, doing the wrong thing. I wouldn't lie, everything makes me feel na 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 na. Thinking about the things that we have done. I don't know the lyrics, I just know that song. Take my hand, fly me to the moon, let me play amongst the stars. Na, 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 Jupiter and Mars. Fly me to the moon. Let me play amongst the stars. Oh, the sandstorm? Oh, okay. Dang, Jeff. I see you seem to be having a good time, man. I gotta be honest with you, I'm like, god damn. You can find a full video is because I'll have is just snippets. We have a drumline Candix. Jeff, you an all-American kid with an all-American dream. I love it. I love it. I love it so much. La da 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 da. I love to see you having fun like that. 1023. My gosh. La da da dee da 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 da. I want to hear Lindsay sing "Fly Me to the Moon." Lindsay, are you winning, son? I'm winning experience. Nothing else. The only thing we're winning here is experience and knowledge. It's been a good night. Thank you guys. It's been a good night. Streaming, talking, doing drum sounds like an idiot. I am so sorry for that. We did it though. We went through it. It was a good night. It was a good night. We're gonna get ready to wrap it up here. We're gonna go to 1069 and we'll wrap it up. I want to stop at 69 because I'll remember it next time. Oh, you caught a cold? I felt like crap yesterday. I haven't felt sick in a while, to be honest. I've had anxiety problems, but like... I only really get sick once a year. Like I'll get a little sick once a year, and usually it's food poisoning or something of the sort. But I'll get like headaches and stuff throughout the year, yeah. I'll get headaches. I don't know. Every now and then I'll get a headache, but they're usually not that bad. But I don't get sick a lot. I haven't caught anything in ages either, luckily, and stocked up on painkillers. Well, I'm not saying I won't get sick, right? Well, obviously. I'm not saying you're unhealthy. Just because you get sick, that's normal. Like, people get sick. Doesn't mean you're unhealthy. I'm just saying, like, I'll get sick, but it's a rare occurrence. I'm just saying, like, with me, it doesn't happen that often. Yeah, I had a panic attack yesterday too, Lindsay. We are connected, Lindsay. We are connected. Holy crap! Are you my soulmate, Lindsay? We are created in the same breath. Holy shoot, we are connected. It's a rainbow connection. She's like, I am. God knows, right? I don't know about soulmates, man. I so want to believe in soulmates, but it's so difficult, man. It's so difficult. You know what I really believe? I think some people were meant for each other. I've seen situations where people were meant for each other. I think I've seen those. Like, things just happen in such a way that you can't call it a coincidence. They just keep... Like, these people just keep meeting even though they're trying to not meet. I've seen situations like that. And, you know, if you're a believer or not, all in God's time, you know? Everything in God's time. But I believe in that for sure. But I also believe that there's multiple right people. I don't think in the world there's only one right person for you. Like, it could work with one person, but it could also work with some other person. I mean, there's 8 billions of us, right? But is there such a thing as a soulmate? Well, there might be, but then if there is, why are only one or like very rare cases of people finding them and everyone else is not, you know? Like what's with the selection there, you know? You know, what's with the selection? Praying for Lizzie for sure. I had one myself, Lindsay. I understand what it's like. I had an epic panic attack the other night too. I feel much better now. Yeah, I usually have problems with my nervous system, and it usually affects my stomach. If I get really nervous, it really messes with my stomach, and it'll either I feel like not eating or... I hope you feel better, Lindsay. We're here to hug you and love you entirely. All of you. We love all of you. I hope you feel better. Xanax to the rescue, jeez. Thanks, BB. What does BB mean? You know, in Portugal, when people say BB like that, it always reminds me. Did you know that in Portugal there was a famous guy? There was a guy that was famous for abusing minors. He was famous because he was a famous guy. And nobody knew that in the back he was doing... This is in Portugal, right? He was doing, like, kind of like the Epstein Files type of situation. There was high-profile man doing some sick, disgusting, demented crap. And he got found out. And the name that people gave him was BB. And every time someone says BB like that, I think of that guy. Because it was like at the time, yeah, it equals baby, yeah. Yeah, he's a sick, twisted mother fluffer. So there was a big scandal. It's actually very similar to what's happening with the whole Epstein Files thing. It was very similar to that. And it took years. Like, it went all the way from 1992, and they didn't find everything out until, like, 2009 or 10 that they started, like, catching these mother fluffers. But it was basically, it was a house for children that were orphanaged and fallen into hard times. You imagine Netanyahu. But these children have fallen into hard times, and they were basically being trafficked amongst, like, you know, high-profile people in Portugal. But they caught them, and they arrested all of them. Every single one of them got caught in the end. Thankfully. Because when the victims became adults, the victims started speaking out, and they started saying, because they were kids at the time, but they grew up to be women and men. It was both women and men. They grow up to be adults, and they basically they went to the police and they said, yeah, I'm one of those people. And they just started naming names. It's like, and then name after name after name, in you go, in you go, in you go. And that's how it went. It's crazy that social media didn't exist. They would still be at it today. Yeah. Several anxiety disorders. It's totes fun. Said no one ever. What kind of anxiety disorder? Like, what are you feeling though? Like, what do you identify as, like, really difficult? If you want to talk about it, I get this is sensitive. You don't want to talk about it. Like, I totally get it. Absolutely fine. Hey, is that my good friend Bezilla? Hey. Why are you making me miss you? Why are you making me miss you? Have you no respect for me, ma'am? You're making me miss you. And I don't appreciate that. Greetings, Lemon. Greetings, mademoiselle. Would you care for an aperitif? I do. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. I still love you. I still love you. Thank you. Good to know. Dong dong dong. I'm diagnosed with okay. Startle syndrome. Okay, severe panic startle syndrome. Also have a hearing disorder, the complete opposite of deafness. Migraines too. Yeah. No, I understand. You're dealing with a lot. Yeah. Are you seeing a psychiatrist? Lots of cake, lots of homemade dinners. You've been busy cooking and stuff. Good. Keeps the mind off things, right? To be busy. Well, we're here for you, Lindsay. You don't have to go through it alone, you know? And I know that a lot of people find comfort and support in others. And we're here for you. Yeah, you have the opposite of deafness where you hear too much. Yeah. I don't hear very well. I'm the opposite of that. Zoloft for prevention, Xanax for rescue. Emergency Xanax, right. I don't mind sharing. Okay. Yeah. Well, I know about a few of those, and I know how I know how those work. Just I'm not a professional, but I do read a lot into this stuff. Very curious about how the mind works. No luck with the shiny. Not yet. Not yet. Yeah, if you look above me, Bezola, we are looking at 10,048 resets. That's the equivalent of about about 12 hours of hunting. Almost 10 hours. It's about 10 hours of hunting. It's because you're a smart lemon, man. So are you. You're a smart lemon, not me. You, man. You are smart. I'm just here to make you look smarter. Da 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 da. One more. You're book smart. That's awesome. I think I'm street smart too. I kind of grew up on the street. Not. Maybe that's my ego speaking. I don't know, but I don't know. I don't think I'm just book smarts, to be honest. Also, that's a lot of times doing time and over. How are you awake? Well, I feel wide awake. I'm not sleepy one bit. If I look sleepy, I'm not. My butt hurts a little bit from sitting too much, but that's other than that, I feel great. La da 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 da. I sit for way too long, man. This is not healthy for my body. I'm gonna have back problems or hip problems from doing this too long. This is not healthy. That's why I go on walks after stream and I exercise after stream to shake off the damage, I guess. You feel sleepy after 50 times? Yeah, it's boring, but I'm talking to people, right? No, I don't disagree with you that this is the boring process. 100%. There's nothing fun about resetting a million times like this other than the excitement to find the Pokemon. You're running on pure excitement of finding the thing, and that's the only thing that's motivating you. But because I have chat, like, it's kind of like having a conversation with someone, you know? We're just having a conversation. Yeah, that's what it is. You need a TV show to keep me awake? Well, sure. You need that. You need that stimuli, right? Like if I have chat and I'm talking, like I'm a talker, right? I'm a talker. I can be a non-talker too. I mean, I'm not a talker in every single situation every day for every reason. I mean, there's days when I'm more quiet. You'll see streams of me where I'll go off on tangents, and there's streams where I'm just, this happened. You know, that's the extent of my commentary. But I'm like, you gotta keep in mind, like, I stream every day for multiple hours. I mean, no matter how much of a talker you are, you're gonna run out of things that you're thinking about or saying, right? Especially, like, based on your day, or like your life. You have nothing really crazy going on with your life. You haven't been thinking about, like, particularly lately. You don't have anything particularly happening. You know, what are you gonna talk about? You only have so many life stories that you can share back, you know,
Like, I've shared most of my life stories that are relevant here in the stream. I've shared most of my life experiences that have been relevant. I'm only one man. Like, I can't. Like, we're like in the beginning, we're living like the puppy dog relationship where I'm telling you all the new things about me and you're learning. Now, me and stream, we're like in a we've been married for a while situation, right? So now we're at the phase where we just sit and watch TV together, and intimacy is like once a month maybe. This is like how married couples end up most of the time, right? No intimacy, no dating, no, you know. It's just someone that is there, and you found out everything about. There's nothing interesting about that person anymore because you've gotten to know everything, right? And then for people question, then why get married? Then are we supposed to be like get to know someone to their fullest extent and then you move on to the next person? I guess to keep things fresh, maybe. That's why I look at polyamory and I'm like, maybe that is the right answer. Maybe that is the right answer, you know? I'm not saying it is, no, I'm not encouraging anyone to do it, but I'm like, maybe that is the right answer. It's been practiced before with polygamy to some degree. It's not exactly polyamory, it's a big difference, which is only the men got multiple women with polygamy. But if you're looking at polyamory, like the woman can also incue a partner as well. But I mean, sometimes I wonder if that's the right answer, but then if you really look at the studies and psychological, you know, the psychoanalysis of these things and the data that we have, the greatest reason people get divorced is actually money issues. And most divorces are initiated by women as well. So women are way more likely to be dissatisfied with a relationship than men are. Okay. And if it could be, there's a factor where men are more likely to hide their feelings than women. So it could be that men are just not sharing that they want to leave. More, it could be that. But another study, like in contrast to this, there's another study that shows that women are more likely to be happier after a... This is kind of messed up, but it's a true study. This is real data. Women are more likely to be happier after they become a widow rather than a widower, right? So a woman widow is more likely to be happy after the marriage, after the passing, than a man is. So widows express more happiness after death than widowers do. Okay? So what this shows us is that men have a greater need for a relationship than a woman does. Okay? Men have a greater necessity in terms of emotional attachment to a relationship than a woman has. You might think that is incorrect based on, oh, but men are usually the providers, therefore women would need them more. That's not what the data shows exactly. There is splitting and conflicting data in that area about whether women are happy in the marriage or not. Okay? But the data about after being a widow, that data is very conclusive. There's no two ways about it. Women are way happier. I wouldn't say way, but they're happier after they've lost their husbands. That's crazy, huh? That's what the data shows. Also, within the marriage, there's split data. There's data that shows that women are happier within marriage
and there's split data that shows that women are less satisfied within marriage. So it's kind of like a 50-50 on that one. So the data is not very conclusive because there's different studies that show different things. So which one you trust obviously comes down to what you want to believe in. However, another conclusive test is that men are more likely to pass away from a broken heart than women are. Now, pay attention. This does not say that women do not get a broken heart. It does not say that men are more likely to have a broken heart. It's not saying that women don't feel crap in their animals. No, it's saying that men are more likely to die from it. Like the inflammation in their heart is greater when men suffer. The levels of inflammation are higher. The level of what's that stress hormone called? The stress hormones released in your body is higher as well in men, observed in men, than it is in women. So men are more likely to die from a broken heart than women are. Okay. They're actually more likely to have a broken life after they've been a widower. Being a widower than they are being in the marriage. Those are crazy statistics, right? But this teaches us that to some degree, this is the data. You can look this up if you think I'm lying. This is the data. If we don't trust the data, what the fudge are we going to trust? We're just going to be ignorant then. I mean, I guess. Cortisol, exactly. Cortisol, exactly. So women have a better chance of standing on their own 2 feet. The stress hormone cortisol, thank you. I couldn't say, it was coming to mind. Yeah, women are way more likely to stand on their feet after a passing of their husbands. I totally believe that. I've seen this in people that I know. A man will be completely torn to pieces, broken, and very unlikely to... A man will be very likely to maintain the status quo and probably have... This is not data, this is me speculating, okay? This is not real data. This is me based on the personal friends that I've seen, so this is not meant to be taken as data. Okay? But my personal experience of watching is the man will have a lot more difficulty. He's either going to enter a decline or maintain the status quo. It is less likely that the man will improve his life, like in terms of career, in terms of building up more friends, in terms of going on trips, like meeting new cultures, right? They're more likely to absorb the impact and keep the impact. Whereas women are more likely to shed the impact to be and like go and increase more, get more friends, travel more, find more reasons to be happy. Men are more likely to decline or maintain. Now, when I say this, we're talking on data done to. This does not apply to everyone. We're not saying that, oh yeah, if you're married and if let's say you're a husband and you're married and you die, your wife is gonna be all happy and all that. That's not. Yes, it says that there's a likelihood of that, but it doesn't mean your wife is gonna do that, right? It doesn't mean that your wife for sure is a person that's. For sure, your wife is the person that's gonna do that, right? It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean this is not meant to define the person. These studies are not meant to define who you're dating. So don't attribute this to your partner right away. Right? That's not fair to them. What I'm saying is this is data and these are likelihoods, and this is the experience of a group of people that were studied. A majority of people, perhaps you could put it that way. That does not, because religion, circumstances, family, all these things play an impact on whether that woman, after she's a widow, like for example, if it's a woman that is born to a religion and she's super religious, and in the marriage, like the husband is everything, and she's grown up kind of like trained to be this person that's going to see her husband as everything, and there's nothing beyond my husband, right? This woman is more likely to suffer, and after she's a widow, more likely to suffer tremendously from that, right? So there's, okay, let's not be silly here. There's people and there's people. There's data and then there's cases, right? We can't just say this applies to everyone. It's not that way. So it's also not fair to look at the data and then start judging your partner. I'm not saying you're going to do that, but I'm just saying as an example, it's like, oh man, if I die, you're going to be all happy. Like, you know, like, nah, I mean, the data shows that, but you know. So yeah, when people are talking about, like, and the data is also showing that more and more women are satisfied, and men as well, especially in countries that are like Japan, for example. This is very notable, where women are more and more gradually satisfied without the stress of a relationship. Okay, like without the stress of a marriage, right? Like these data points matter to me to some degree because I'm a man who likes women. You know, to some degree, I'm not actively looking right now, and I would be satisfied with my life if I never got marriage. I would prefer if I got married. I would prefer if I had a family. I would prefer it that way. It's always been a want of mine since I was a child. But if I live and die, I will live a fulfilling life. If I live and die without a wife, you know, I mean, it is what it is, right? However, studies show more and more that women, specifically the gender, are showing more of a tolerance to being alone. You know what that means? That means that women are more career focused, friend focused, and non-long-term commitment focused. Okay? So the idea of marriage and the idea of this is true with men as well. Some men are like this as well. But men, it's very important to note that men are very physical beings, right? This is an interesting thing. Now, we're talking on averages. There's asexual men. And asexual doesn't just mean they don't like intimacy, right? It could mean asexual is a spectrum. There's many types of asexual, right? There's many types of mental illness and ADHDs and reasons for things to happen. Some asexual people might just manifest in not having an interest in having a romantic relationship with anyone. It doesn't just mean like an intimacy of it, right? It could also mean that they're just not interested in a relationship. There's types like that. So I don't know that there is a rise in asexuality. I have actually never looked into the data of that. But there is definitely a rise in people, both men and women. Specifically in women, there's a little caveat there that people are just not looking for a long-time commitment. Now, some people would be quick perhaps to say, and I don't think they'd be necessarily wrong to blame it on social media, to blame it on pornography, to blame it on AI, and certainly all these things are to blame. I don't think it's a one thing situation, because society usually evolves with its needs, right? Much like fashion, right? Fashion evolves based on a need for, sometimes, right? You can have someone that comes back and is like going back to the apple bottom jeans, you know, and some people have the need to do it too, and then that need, like, people now it's fashionable, so everybody has that need to keep going to do but that's more of a quirk thing, I guess you could put it in those terms. I feel like a better example with that would be, because now we have AI, we have to adapt our lives to how AI, which is a big feature, how AI might be applied into society. A very practical example of this is some hotels have been starting to apply AI complete receptionists, right? Where you go into a hotel, you're not speaking into a person, you're speaking to the AI. And the AI will set your room, and the AI will take your payment, and the AI will set you up, and the AI will do everything, right?
This is a actually on the ground change to your life, right? This is a specific, identifiable change in your day-to-day life if you're someone who travels, right? You can identify it. You can point to the differences between a human being and an AI. Now, certainly you can. Certainly the AI is not to the point where everybody feels comfortable doing it, because at the end of the day, like hotels and other establishments don't want to lose clients, so they're not willing to yet risk it on the AI. Because although the AI is good at gathering information and regurgitating information, it's not good with perceiving emotion and perceiving tone of voice and perceiving things of that sort. So a human connection is always, to some degree, still today preferable. Now, is this going to change or not? We don't know. But we have to evolve with it. We don't really have a choice, right? The AI is here. Are you going to stop AI? Is someone else going to stop AI? No, it's just going to keep evolving. It's the natural course of things. Now, it could be that it just fizzes out into absolute nothingness and we just get whatever we get and AI stops being a thing. Could that happen? Perhaps. I don't know. I don't see the future. But I do know that that's an example in where you have to adapt. And that is certainly this has happened in our society. Not just the Japanese people who have a problem with, natality right now. There's in Japan, for example, they're losing, I don't know if it's 100, is it 100,000 people? I don't want to lie, but I think every year they lose 100,000 people. Every year, something like that. I don't want to lie, I'd have to look at the number, but they're losing a significant number of people a year. This means that if this trajectory who has been coming for years, like it's been over 10 years that it's been declining like this, if it stays, just using Japan as an example, if it maintains this trajectory, which we are starting to see in other countries as well, Japan is certainly not the only example of this. You certainly have countries like China with 2 billion people that is an example of what the opposite of that would be, and where they have to enforce laws where people don't procreate, because then they can't have like more than one kid, because then there's not enough space for her. They're already living in fridges on top of fridges on top of fridges. Their rooms, they're literally like freaking, they're the size of a porta potty sometimes. Like, you know what I mean? That's an exaggeration, but not more square footage than that. Now the government obviously took but that is preferable, or is it? Because you can regulate better. I think it's easier to regulate over natality than it is under natality, because it's easier to convince people to have intimacy without having kids than it is to convince people to have intimacy at all. You know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? So it's easier for you to convince someone to use protection and intimacy, or to use birth control, or to use something like that so they don't have more kids. It's easier to convince that person than it is to convince a person that you need to go have kids with a dude or a woman. Nah, crap that. I don't want my body anywhere near anyone else. Like, much, much more difficult, the inverse, correct? And so the one problem is preferable to the other, because the solution is slightly more. I'm not saying the solution is easy. I'm not saying it's easy to do, because you have to implement. You don't have to. Each country decides what they want to do. But now this is a big problem, like especially within the Japanese community, because they're losing thousands of people a year. But that's not the only problem. You might be thinking, "Oh, Frosty, there's 80 to 100 million people in Japan. What does that matter? Like, they have so many people, it's like losing 2 or 3 hairs. You have billions of hairs. Who cares? Like, no one's gonna notice." Well, but you're missing the point. You're not thinking about those who are alive, because not only does Japan have a declining birth rate, they also have an aging society. A large percentage of Japanese people are old. So they're not going to be along very long. So not only are there not having enough babies, those who are alive are already pretty old for a great chunk of them. So what happens in 10 years?
when those older people die? What happens in 20 years when those older people die? And you're still having less and less and less babies in a country. I tell you what happens. Extinction. That's what happens. No, I'm not singling out Japan as... I'm speaking about Japan because it's a country I have interest in, and I study these things about Japan because I have curiosity about it. I'm not using it as an example to say this is a bad country or whatever, because it's not. This is a problem that they're facing, and I'm personally... I have personally looked into the data. I have personally studied it. You know what I mean? I looked into the data. But it's certainly happening elsewhere. It's certainly happening elsewhere. And the problem is what's happening in Japan, for example, is this a sign that something that is inevitable for everyone? Or is this a sign of a particular culture that's been experiencing a very particular, unique situation within that culture? Now let's look into the problem. The problem is that a lot of young men, the one particularly with Japan is that they overwork themselves. They work a long time. So like getting a girlfriend, making time for a girlfriend is just bothersome for a lot of people in Japan. It's just, I don't have time for this crap. I'm working 12 hours a night. I come home. I need to be with my mom. My mom wants attention. My dad wants attention. I'm also doing a hobby. I'm going to the gym. I don't have time to have a boyfriend. Like it's just gonna stress me out. He's gonna impose his rules. I'm gonna have to follow his rules. Then he's gonna get mad. And then I don't have time. Then I'm gonna get stressed at work. Then it's gonna mess up my head. This is what they're thinking. On top of that, you introduce AI, correct? And what does AI do? We know that there are cases of AI-induced psychosis. If anything, this means that people are taking AI way the fluff too seriously. Way the fluff too serious. To get to the point where you have AI-induced psychosis, you have to be using it consistently every day to an nth degree. Not necessarily. Perhaps there are cases that not necessarily, but it definitely stands to reason that they're using it quite a lot. Now, if we're seeing, because this is not scary. This is alarming. This is crazy alarming, dude. Because if these start going up more and more and more, where people are finding love in AI, because what's the convenience of AI? I don't have to give up anything in my life for AI. I don't have to sacrifice Jack Nicholson. It's just there. What do I have to sacrifice? I don't have to sacrifice anything. It's easy. It's there when I need it. It's there when I don't love it. It's there when I love it. It's there when I'm bored. It's there when I'm crying. It won't talk back. And if it does, it only says good things. Just the way I like it. Now, what is this like cycle? Look at this psychologically, dude. What does this cause? This teaches people that consequences do not matter. And when you have a society where consequences don't matter, you get people that are insensitive. You get decisions made. You get psychosis, for example. And then, by the time that consequences might matter, it might be too late for you. Right? And this is noticeable in this is also noticeable in the spike of dopaminergic freaking everything that people are intaking every day, like junkies, like me. Me, for example. Nobody goes to the bathroom without their phone. You can't go to the... Unthinkable. Going to the bathroom and not watching a YouTube video when I'm pooping? This is unthinkable. Unthinkable. What are you, a monster? What are you, from Mars? Unthinkable. It's constantly. Think about, like, sitting at a doctor's office. Think about this. You're sitting at the doctor's office. In the lobby waiting for your turn. And just imagine yourself sitting there without your phone for like 30 minutes, sitting there. Just try. Most people will not be comfortable. That is dopaminergic addiction. Is what that is. We do not sit with ourselves enough to get to even understand what the freak we want, or what we hate, or what makes us sad. We don't learn to understand that we need to be sad sometimes. We don't know how to sit with ourselves. It's too boring. We don't know how to let things just be. Right? And what this causes is a very dangerous symptom of this, is that people lose the ability to solve problems. Because you never have to solve a problem, because the problem is solved the minute you turn on your phone. You get satisfaction, gratification. I'm good. I'm healed. This problem I got yelled at work. I'm going to look at this video. I'm good now. I don't have to think about it. You never learn to sit with the pain of being yelled at, or with the pain. I'm not saying you should be yelled at. I'm just saying you don't learn the skills that are needed for you to tolerate it. We get soft. Right? And when that happens, problem solving goes out the window. And when problem solving goes out the window, we're sitting ducks. We're sitting ducks, brother boy. We done for. Now, all of this, I'm saying all of this, but you know, these are things that I've both noticed, both have heard from people who've been observing this, professionals, and both my own thoughts. So, and it makes sense, and it is correct. You know? That's why it's important to learn these things. Identify them sometimes. I raw dog flights. I'm not saying there's not people out there that can sit with themselves. I'm totally not saying that. I'm saying a great majority of people nowadays cannot do it. And that doesn't make you a bad person, and I'm not judging you and saying, oh, there you are on your phone. I do this all the time. I'm like, if I'm putting, you know, when you point a finger at someone, you got 3 fingers pointing back at you. Okay? Always remember that. So I'm not sitting here saying, oh, look at you on your phone. Oh, what a dumb person. It's like, I'm not saying that. I'm bringing awareness to the situation that was brought to me, and now I'm bringing it to you. That's it. It's not meant to be taken as I'm telling you what to do, or I'm telling you how to live. You live your life the way you want to. But so kids, you know, people nowadays, another factor that goes into a decline in natality is that people are way more, young men, specifically young men, are more nihilistic than they ever were before. Okay? What people call the incels, correct? Right? People use this name, the incels, right? They're growing, right? They're growing. What is exactly is this? These are people that were rejected, never really knew how to surpass that to some degree, and instead of overcoming that, they come to hate society, people, and women. Specifically, this is a problem more specifically with young men, which they learn to hate women and relationships, right? So basically, it's the idea that, not in all cases, it could vary, but it's basically the idea, yeah, women are just B words. That's it. Yeah, they're always cheating on dudes, and it's like, you've probably met someone like this, right? They just cheat. There's no real love, this and that. But the problem is that's what they crave. What they want is that real love, right? But they hate it because they can't get it. Because they've had bad examples, and the reason that this is exacerbating is because we get to stay at home more, It's because it's more comfortable to stay at home now more than it was ever before because we got technology. And again, it goes back to that dopaminergic thing because I don't need to leave my house to get dopamine because I got it on my phone. Because I got it on my TV. I got a Netflix subscription. I can just be miserable. And then I watch a show and I forget about it. And I'm good. There's not a third place where people go to. You don't have to face people. You don't have to face the problem. You don't have to be there. You don't have to suffer the consequences of it. You just fix it at home. And then what this causes is that you have more time and more aptitude to think about nihilism. And the human brain is more likely to go to the negative side than they are the positive side. Just naturally. We're more likely to catastrophize than we are to think of the good, great outcome. We're more likely to think that she's going to reject us than she's going to love us. So you join that with everything, and then you get a society that is slowly evolving, because society most of the time leads by example as well. He's doing it, I can do it. You ever seen when something, with fashion, like I gave the example earlier, you ever seen like when a job, you meet some guy that's doing a job you never heard of, like sales, let's say, like, dude, I'm making 10,000 a month, I'm making bank, I'm good. What are you gonna want to do? It's gonna completely inflate. Like YouTube is a great example of this. Some kids became millionaires off of YouTube. Everybody wants to be a YouTuber. Everybody's making content. I'm gonna make some money on YouTube, right? Isn't that what happened? It's exactly what happened. Oh, if he can do it, I can do it. I'm gonna do it too. I want to be a millionaire too. My friends are millionaires? No, I'm not. But then again, I'm not your friend, I'm your lover. Rar. They out here with them AI startups. Yeah, and then another alerting study is that young men are finding love in AI. Now, this is not very proliferated because some people still want the real thing rather than AI, but the numbers are not going down for young men that are finding love in AI. That's crazy to think about that, right? They're finding love in AI. Well, what's going to happen when you find love in AI? You're definitely not having kids, right? So what happens to the population? So it's not one answer, it's everything, right? So it wasn't one thing that happened, it was the way that everything happened that is causing all this crap to happen. 3 of my friends are on the 30 and under 30 Forbes list. What the fudge? Jeff, you famous, Jeff? Jeff, hook me up, Jeff. Hook me up. Hook me up, Jeff. Tell them I want to do it. Whatever it is, I want to do it too. Are they selling toilet paper? Because that used to be a business. Are they selling toilet paper? Are they stocks? Is it stocks? Is it stocks? Or is it toilet paper? Now, I'm sorry for the ramble. I'm just talking. I look at these datas. I watch videos about it. I watch professionals talk about it, and I talk about what I learned. That's just it. I'm a talker, and I'm very passionate about this subject because I hope things get better. That's it. Sorry for the speech. They're like, what is this guy out here on YouTube speaking philosophies? What the fudge? Get out of here. Get out of here, dummy. Go to sleep. What's that, 5 in the morning talking about crap? Go to sleep, dummy.
I have to go here in 5 minutes, so I'm gonna have to go use the bathroom real quick, eat some food. Did I click it? Oh, 9, 11, oh. Let's go to 11:11. We'll finish it at 11:11. So again, I'm saying sorry not as in like as an expression, right? Like, as in, no, I know I went for long. Like, I'm not sorry for what I said. Like I'm not regretful I would have said what I said. What I mean by that, sorry guys, like that was long. I hope it didn't like bore you type of sorry, right? They made an app that track what you eat with calories and everything. They're currently working on an app for flights. Ah, calorie app. Wow. Yeah, apps are a great way to... Yeah, apps are a great way to make money, for sure. That's okay. Thank you, Lady No. I appreciate it. That's just the kind of person I am right now. I just talk about stuff, you know? I know that there's not a lot of people listening, but I'm happy talking. Doesn't need to be a lot of people listening. One day there will be. It might not be today, but one day there will be. We fight for what we believe, man. You can only fail. You can only fail if you give up. Until you give up, you've never failed. I believe that wholeheartedly. Let's see if there's anyone live. I don't see anyone live. Well, I'm not seeing anyone live, guys. This time is very hard. I never find anyone live. Well, guys, love you guys. We're going to leave it there. I love you guys. Take care. Stay frosty. Be good. Do good things. Yapping in the background is okay. Thank you, Lady No. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Love you guys. Take care. Drop a like before we leave. That'd be great. And I'll see you tomorrow for some streaming fun, all right? Bye, guys. Stay frosty, guys. Bye-bye.